Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pemberton Township regular meeting for agenda December 3rd, 2025 at 6:00 p.m. Public meeting statement pursuant to the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act. Adequate notice of this meeting has been published in the Burlington County Times and the Trenton Times on the 5th day of January, 2025. Additionally posted on the official bulletin board of the Township of Pemberton on the first day of January, 2025. Those wishing to be notified of changes to scheduled meetings were notified via email or regular mail. Would everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance with me, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this meeting is now up. Roll call, please. Sorry.
Mr. Dewey?
Here.
Mr. Harper?
Here.
Mr. Doyle?
Here.
Mr. Ward?
Here.
Mr. Bianchini will be absent this evening.
Okay, this meeting is now called to order, and we're going to switch things up because we do have something for closed session this evening, as I've been informed. So we're going to skip down to 6, the all-important presentation swearing in of Pemberton Township police officers. Where's the chief of police and the mayor at?
It's your show.
Do we have family members that are going to assist with the swearing in tonight? Yeah. You want to come up?
You guys want to go over there to watch?
We'll get out of the way.
I'll be moving around. Well, they're getting situated. This is probably one of the best parts of this job that I have, is swearing in our young folks for a career as a police officer. I'm very pro first responders. I think most people hear me talk or didn't hear me say that. Our fire department, our police department, these folks are the ones that keep us safe when we need it the most. And as a retired military member, I kind of have a little bit of a connection with these guys and understand what they go through. This year, being sworn in is a big step in their life that they're going to remember and their families are going to remember forever. I remember 45 years ago when I got sworn in the military. I still remember it. It'll last with me probably for the rest of my life. So it is a big day and it is a big occasion. So without anything else, we want to get started. All right, we have 5 officer cadets, and we have 1 officer that was sworn in. He's been out patrolling our town, keeping us safe, but he hasn't had a public swearing in for his family to enjoy, so he's with us here tonight as well. So we're going to do this en masse tonight to kind of expedite it and speed it up a little bit. So what we're going to do is, if you choose to have a Bible, you can have the Bible. What I'm going to ask you to do is put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, and your family member can hold the Bible for you. If I'm in somebody's way, let me know. Are we all ready? All right, I state your name.
I, Jeff Riddler,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey.
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey.
That I will bear true faith
I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established
to the governments established
in the United States,
in the United States,
in this state,
and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all duties of
perform all duties of
the office of police officer,
the office of police officer,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability,
so help me God. Congratulations. Welcome. I have some forms here for each one of you to sign, if you would, please. Chief Glass will have them for you. That's all we have for this. Quick, simple, and to the point. No,
Congratulations.
Stop reading my emails. I was trying to find your gallery to show you all this, because I took a bunch. They left them red.
Thank you all very much.
Best of luck.
I know when I was military. Yeah. I think they're having a little thing.
Son just got sworn in. See that? Job I wouldn't want.
I'm sure, me neither. He's good for it, I think.
LT, you want to let them know?
Hey, you're right.
I can, she's not.
Hopefully she's gonna be here. You can come right up there.
Yeah, sorry about that. I feel like it's slow. Members of council, mayor, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Assemblywoman Katz intended to be here tonight. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to. She had another event that she was at today. But she wanted to make sure that we at least recognize the new officers that are being hired here in Pemberton. Thank you for the commitment that you're making, for the oath that you're taking. And I send the proper citations of each of you. But broad citations for each of you, congratulations. And thank you for the commitment that you're making.
And gentlemen, before you leave, on behalf of the entire council and Councilman Bianchini, who is not here tonight, we congratulate you and the police department as well as a whole. Good luck and be safe out on the streets, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, my name's John Forby.
My name's Adam Erdler. My name's Jacob Heslak. My name's Jake Fuller. My name's Jeffrey Dermott. My name's Charles Shiler.
All righty. Let's see, so we're back on track here after that presentation. Council, we're closed session, resolution number 327, 2025, authorizes council to go into closed session. I believe we do have something for closed session this evening, Mr. Solicitor, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, we have a motion.
Make a motion to go into closed session.
Second.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes. Okay, we'll be back as fast as we can.
Dance party? Ain't it? No way. Yeah, Friday at 7. I graduated in 79. Yeah. Friday night?
Last time we were so good, I don't know, I'm a vegetarian, but I had them. I'm just come over because I've got to actually come and got the blood. Excuse me, Candace, the blood. Thank you. How are you?
I've been all right.
Yeah, so long. Good to see you. You do? Did you hear me? You have a lot of great things to say up there. Yeah, you're very bold. Good for you. Good for you.
Any way you find out,
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, lady. I'm good.
How's the baby?
Getting big.
So he's a grandpa. He's a grandpa now. Are you?
No, he said no.
Hell no, not yet. I am. I got one.
I got one and she's a truth.
Ah.
got a dog, that's it.
I have a grandpuppy too.
You want a husky?
That's exactly what I have as a husky.
You're fucking nuts.
17 months.
Oh, it's a.
My daughter.
Oh, I'm about to say if that's the husky. You know.
No,
It's-
my husky's 15 years old.
Is he?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, she's getting old and she's starting to scare me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the life expectancy of a husky is like 12 or 13.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
So we're doing good, but there's times she can't get up the steps. I have to carry her.
Yeah.
I know what I'm gonna do when that dog goes.
Yeah.
But I love huskies because they talk. They don't bark, they talk.
Yeah. Yeah, they howl. Yeah, and they talk. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she'll argue with you.
Yeah. Mine will too. Yeah. She's very adamant when she wants to eat at a certain time.
Yes.
She'll start talking like I want to eat.
We'll go to give her a bath and she does not like water. Oh. So the whole time you're, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're okay.
Mine hates the brush getting like if you brush her. She looks at the brush and looks at you like you're gonna brush me. Fuck you. And walks away.
Clipping the nails takes 3 people.
Mine's not too bad with that. It's,
I keep telling my wife, we just need to take her somewhere to have it done because I said, this is getting old.
yeah.
Take mine to there's a place up in Port. Buddy.
They do big dogs?
I have a husky.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
It's a lot of work, let me tell you.
I've got that one and the Australian Shepherd and the female husky got knocked out. So I've got 4 dogs now.
Wow.
And it's like fur all over the place.
No matter what you do, you're gonna get it, no matter what. I brush my dog every other day. They still got fur on them.
Yeah.
I actually bought one of those, the blowers that they have for dogs, and I take it outside and I hates it when you see the hair just flying there. But it does help. I wouldn't trade it for I wouldn't.
Well, they're pretty.
I did not, but I did find that they had, I said I got 15 years out of it.
That's
It is. Does more, like it shows like. She doesn't get the exercise she should now. I don't push her. Yeah, the black mattress. I didn't know how to work myself. It's just sitting there.
she's 10 years old now. And just before I came here, let her out. Wrong move. So she might run around. I had to chase her down and throw her in the house.
That's one thing I'll tell you with this. I can leave her off the leash and snap my fingers.
Yeah, mine don't do that either.
No.
If there's an opportunity for her to get out, like I got an opening like this between my gate and the house. She's a big, she's a wide husky. You think she'd get stuck? No, fits right through it, no problem. It's that hard.
She got out of my daughter one day. Stop it, get back here. She turned around and come right back. She goes, how come she doesn't steal? I said, because I dominated her. Sorry. I've never smacked her or nothing like that. I guess when I screamed, she powers down.
Not mine.
My kids actually control on through the neighborhood.
I was always gonna get my bike and I was gonna put a leash on the front to let her go out white spots and just let her run. I was afraid she'd drag me.
Sometimes I don't like to talk about, I don't like to say.
What? Hi. It's not gonna be on tonight, I don't think.
What about the
Oh.
Years ago,
Alright.
we had a snowstorm. And
No, that's
the
alright.
wife was like, oh, just let her out up in front and let her use the bathroom. Wrong. I had to run and track her down in the snow. Like, I mean, it was a good snowstorm. She just did not want to come back in that house.
They love the snow.
Oh, yeah.
Laying in.
It's crazy.
They like to dig holes and lay in the dirt.
That too.
That's cool, that's why.
Yeah.
It was my daughter's dog, I stole him. She came back home and she broke up with her boyfriend. She had to go up. And when she went back out, I said, go see him. Kept the dog.
Yeah.
I'll never.
Now, honestly, at this point, I don't want to do it. We're done with animals. Because now we're both retired, we're at the age, if we had a granddaughter, or if we wanted to pick up and go, we could just go.
Oh, December, yeah.
We have an RV. So if we want to go somewhere, just go.
I don't have one of those.
My husky, she travels pretty well, but the other dog that I have, I got a Belgian, and you can't take her in the car. She just hates the car.
Shepherd.
Yeah. Belgian Malinois.
I was gonna say, the Huskies love riding.
Yeah, mine. If you go to Florida with her, she'd be fine. She'd go to sleep in the back seat. Belgian. No.
That was my last one.
Belgian? That dog listens. When that dog gets out of the yard, it comes right back like that. Husky? No. Driving through the neighborhood trying to get her. And then when you do get her, one day I got her, I'm walking her. I mean, she's probably average 80, 90 pounds. She's a big husky.
It freaks me out that she slips her eyes a little bit. That just freaks me out.
No. If I piss her off, she'll run into my bedroom and destroy the bed. I don't know, for some reason, she'll jump up on the bed, tear the covers
Rip it
off
apart?
the bed, rip it up.
Mine rips paper towels up. Meets them.
I was gonna say that, my dog used to chase flies, bees, eat them. Now she just looks at them like, yeah, okay, I'm too old for this.
Work for Alex, about 11:50. Alex had to put an applesauce in there, because he always thinks about dessert. I'll visit you with your part, and I'm gonna visit Monica at her part too, because she has some too. Yeah, and then just know that you're here Friday night. Sorry.
Well, one of them, why are we spending $18,000 for uniforms? How many people are in the party? Yeah, from Totally T-shirts. Right. Yeah. Look, I want a happy ending for that.
Basically, we're buying t-shirts, it's not buying a sweatshirt, it's a t-shirt. It's not like a police. They're buying public works t-shirt for a shirt. That's probably where they get the public works shirt. That's I saw that earlier.
Yeah.
Right, let's go to public sales, get you one.
Yeah. The other one I think is pretty comical, for the fence, $170,000 for the fence, like, we fence in a football field? Yes. Fence doesn't cost that much money. Yeah.
Or they just take the first,
Yeah.
somebody that they've already dealt with. Yeah, I saw that one too.
For fence. What kind of fence? Chain link fence, is it wood fence, there's vinyl fence? Yeah.
Costs a lot of money.
Yeah. They're picking a size fence around that field. Probably enough to do around the house.
And then some.
And that's all. Yeah, would you spend that much to put a fence?
Oh,
Hell no.
probably spend $1,000 if it costs $1,000.
Too many people would spend $168.
Yeah. Yeah. The one from the Army Navy one for $6,000. That's more realistic, but it still sounds kind of with the police force. Yeah.
It doesn't say.
Good. All right. Okay, we're back from closed session. There will be no formal action necessary pursuant to the closed session discussion. This evening, we're on to number 7 now, council comments. Councilman Dewey, you want to start?
Thank you, Josh. In the next 2 meetings, we're going to kind of recap of things that went on here in the last 3 years. But before I get started, I want to make it perfectly clear to everybody in this room and everybody in this township that this council is not against development. We want the right development. And in the past, there was deals made. We just heard shortly that they were verbal. This deal with the Horizon, when they came in, and I called a dog and pony show, when they presented the new grocery store and the stores and the Wawa, they guaranteed us a grocery store. And as of right now, there's no grocery store, but there's a possible Tractor Supply. And I was in the room when they presented it, and the whole town, everybody that was in this building was clapping, gave them a standing ovation, is that correct? Right? Well, now there's no grocery store, and we're coming down to the end. And our feeling is, we're not gonna agree on it until they have a signed contract with a grocery store, because that's what they promised our town. Okay, so I wanna make it perfectly clear that we are not against development, but we're just tired of getting screwed by developers that come in this town with prior deals. Does that make sense? And everything that we're doing is in the town's interest. We all live in the town, we all pay taxes, but we can do better than this,
Okay, so that's where I'm at. So some of the things to recap, when Josh and I first got in, you know, we had our three other people on the council, they were Democrats. I think we got along pretty good. Oh, well, you know. All right. And, you know, I feel that we got along good. We got some things accomplished. We had some things that we couldn't get accomplished, but we lived with it. But one of the things that we did was we started the AAC, and that's the Agriculture Advisory Committee. And thank goodness that we did it. Because one of our things were, you know, we were against warehouses, and that was our promise. Well, two warehouses come up, and they were waiting for the vote to get it started, and I made the comment, I should have said we made the comment, was it never went through the AAC. And it went through the AAC, and the outcome was the farm got preserved, and there's no warehouses there. But that was something that we fought for in the beginning to start it. It was on our master plan, and it was never done 14 years ago, but we got the AAC started. And it's a tool that we need to preserve our farms. Once you destroy a farm for a warehouse, you can never get it back. It's lost, and it's our heritage, okay? Especially myself, being born and raised here, I love this town, and the only reason I ran, I was retired. I should have had my head checked, but to see my town that I grew up in be destroyed, you know, it was a beautiful resort, and it was a lot of people that came in here with ideas, and they're the ones that screwed it up. I mean, the place was absolutely beautiful. And you can't unring the bell, but we're trying to move the football forward to turn this town around the way it used to be. We can't make it 100% the way it was because of things that got destroyed. But I'll tell you what, we're going to put a dent in it and make Pemberton Township nice again. All right, thank you. Yep, that's good.
Councilman Harper?
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Just a few, announcements here, Make sure everybody comes out, this Saturday night. It's going to be our tree lighting at 6 p.m. Earlier, the tag is running photos with Santa from 11 to 2, I believe it is, at the Country Lakes Firehouse. And then after the tree lighting is movie night at the Country Lakes Firehouse. On December 8th at the Senior Center, the Rancocas Watershed Restoration Protection Plan, they're going to have a seminar at the Senior Center at 6:30 p.m. If anybody has any issues with stormwater flooding in your areas, they're looking to hear about that from people, and they're trying to put together a plan to see what they can do to help with any stormwater problems that are around either by the lakes or on your streets and stuff like that. So come out and talk to those people. One of the things, as Mr. Dewey said, we're trying to highlight some stuff. This year we formed the Economic and Development Committee, which we thought was a good thing. So far they've been pushing along. They've started working on a plan to clean up and fix the area down by the dam, repaint the bridge, and put new lighting up in there. I think it's almost out of the engineering phase, and it'll probably be going out to bid in the spring, and hopefully we'll see things happen down there with the bridge all redone and some new lights. One of the things on our agenda tonight that we're probably going to glaze over, Resolution 237, 2025. I know some of these past meetings, we complained about grants and how long they take to get completed and stuff. Well, this is a real lesson in how to get one completed in a timely manner. And I'd like to thank, all the people that were involved. I know Rosemary Flannery took the ball. We were getting ready to lose this grant because time was running out. She repurposed it, got together with a bunch of the other directors and employees, and, they put together a list of things that their different departments needed. And from start to finish, in less than 8 months, it was repurposed. All the departments got all their equipment, and tonight we're going to finalize it. That's how you take care of grant projects. Get them done quickly as possible. Yeah, and I'd like to thank all the employees that were part of getting that done. It was really a good thing. And, hopefully everybody's getting ready for the Christmas holidays. And hope to see us all out at the Christmas tree lighting. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Doyle?
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to say congratulations to the 5 recruits that we have going in. This is it's a proud moment for me. I'm really happy to see our police department grow. That's one of the things when I came in here that I wanted to do my best to try to make sure we see, because you guys deserve nothing but the best. My tenure there as a police officer, I saw too many people drive into this town and just absolutely take advantage of it because it's only Pemberton Township. You guys deserve better, and that's a very good start right there. Secondly, I don't mean to piggyback Mr. Dewey, but I too was at the meeting when New Horizons came in. This place was packed. And for me to see, I live on the west end of town. I don't live in Browns Mills, but that doesn't mean I don't care about what happens to that part of town as well. I've got close friends. I've developed over a 25-year career here, and I've got family out in the town, and what happens out there makes a difference to me. And I am not going to see you guys sold short. You gave a standing ovation because we were finally getting a grocery store. That was number one on everybody's list. I had to keep my mouth shut while I still had a career here because unfortunately bullseyes are painted. And then as I started to open my mouth, once I retired, and I could speak my mind and not have to worry about retaliation, things came to light. I will not sell you guys short on what you want. You have a developer came here, said we were going to have a grocery store, whatever else we're going to put in there, perfectly fine. But there were 4 items, and the biggest one you guys were keying on is a grocery store. I am not comfortable giving the developer a go-ahead when they promise you 100% and then come to the table at 50%. You guys deserve better. You put me in this seat to care about you, and I heard you loud and clear when you put me here. Okay, the other thing you put me here for, we stood on no warehouse development. We're going to do our best to shut it down. We don't need it. And I feel like I keep going back to it, but it's a perfect example. We have one in town, and it provides nothing to us. Nothing. We were promised 100 jobs. 100 jobs. Raise your hand if you've worked there. I don't see any. Raise your hand if you know somebody that works there. Unless you're from outside the country. We did the math, guys, when it came to the planning board. When you have that few parking spaces and that many square feet, something's not right. So the 15 passenger vans come in, and it only takes 5 to bring in 60 workers. Okay? And I'm going to make an example of a fantastic new business we have here in town. You have KB Bagels. Absolutely over the moon, fantastic company. If you're going to give a tax break to a company that comes here, that's the kind of establishment I want to see get a tax break. How about for the first year a company like that steps in, we give them 50% off their taxes to help them get started. Maybe the second year, let's bump it up, okay? They're a little bit established. We'll hit them for 75% the second year. Then maybe the third year, after we give them 2 years of a good head start to try to put everything in there that they can in their investment. They have kids working there from inside town, adults working there from inside of town, giving them a good start on life and how to deal with people. On the other side of town, what do you have? You have a 500,000 square foot concrete box that provides us nothing with break out your calculators, $480,000 a year is what they're paying in taxes. Over a 30-year period, they are given $700,000 tax break per year. 700,000 times 30. That's what we fought against and lost. The other end of Birmingham Road, you got some big, beautiful open spaces. There were going to be 2 more warehouses there. Since Danny and Josh took the helm up here, started the AAC, we are now able to say those warehouses aren't coming. Farmland preserved forever. That's what we brand on, and that's what you put us in these seats for. That's what we're working for. But I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to what I said before. I will not sell you short. 4 or 5 years ago, when they came to the table, you said you wanted a grocery store. I am a no until they have a grocery store for you people. That's why you put me here. Thank you.
All righty, since Mr. Bianchini is absent tonight, I guess it's my turn next. So I hope everybody, first and foremost, had a happy Thanksgiving. Seems like everybody did. That's good. And Donovan, it's always good to see you out there in the audience, man. If anybody doesn't know, former Councilman Doug Gardner sat next to me on the left of this dais, and I'll tell you, like Danny said, we agreed on some things, we had some laughs on some things, and we disagreed vehemently on other things. But I'll tell you what, I can honestly say that Donovan always had the best intentions for the township in his mind. So thank you for that, Mr. Gardner, very much. And I mean that sincerely. And I hope everybody here has a great Christmas as well. Leading into that, I'm going to go off of what Danny said. And, the AAC was a fantastic idea. And it was in the, one of the things when I was running for council, me and Danny looked at, and together with the rest of the council that was up here, including Mr. Gardner, we discussed vehemently, and I think we all came to consensus that was a good idea, and it did help out a lot. It taught me a lot. Taught me a lot about stuff I didn't even know. I mean, I came in here with soil samples and growth rates and water and everything else. It was just awesome. It was a huge learning experience. But the other thing that we did was, as a collective on council up here, one of the biggest things, and I'm very proud of, is the Pole Bridge Development Program site that was shot down. And I've heard a little bit of talk about that over the past month. And I've talked to some constituents, and I talked to some other people. And I mean, we packed this place talking about Pole Bridge. And it was fantastic, to see the community come together like that and in support of our natural resources and our forests on that side of town was tremendous. And when we talk about, when we repealed the Area Need of Redevelopment Program for that site, and I believe now it's going to be preserved, if I'm not mistaken. So that's that. And we get, basically we're going to get, I think we're probably even going to get a free well off of it, because there's a well back there now. So I mean, we're going to benefit from that whole situation, the township will, long term. So that's always good. I know Harry had mentioned the Business and Economic Development Committee, which again, as soon as me and Danny proposed that, Donovan was sitting there, he goes, I want to be a part of that. I wish I could get you on there, man. I really do. Hopefully when we get a seat opened up, somebody will give you a call. What I was disappointed about was we came this close with the Sustainable NJ program over the past 3 years. And if there are people that don't know what the Sustainable NJ program is, everybody up here kind of talked about grant money. And that is a huge, huge opportunity, in my opinion, for this township moving forward, is the Sustainable NJ. And Christine Black, who's in charge of our environmental committee, does a fantastic job with that group. And, I urge and urge and urge all the time that her and our community development director need to get together with council and solidify this super important, in my opinion, Sustainable NJ program to get those funds coming into the township. That is very, very important and very low-hanging fruit, and I'd like to see that happen this year coming up if we can. Also, in conjunction with the, maybe even grow the environmental committee into becoming a shade tree committee as well, and protecting helping protect our natural resources that are out there is a huge accomplishment. Finally, in talking about the the elephant in the room with the old Acme site, I tend to agree with my colleagues. You know, the first thing I said, and I'll speak as I for a second. Let me take, because I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I know Danny was there when we got sworn in, and we said business is open in the township, and we want correct and proper development. And I think we had a consensus with the council at the time in regards to Mr. Dietrich and Mrs. McCartney, who sat up here with us. We don't want to make the same mistakes over and over and over and over again in the township. You know, Danny's lived here his whole life. I've lived here, fortunately, my whole life, between Pemberton Borough and Pemberton Township. And you see, growing up as a, you know, I was a kid, but let's be honest, but, you know, you see the mistakes happen. And you want to be able to correct those mistakes and move the township forward and learn and live from your mistakes. I will say that, you know, on this same aspect, you know, Vicky came up here before the council meeting and said, well, you know, you talk about transparency and transparency and transparency. And one thing I could tell you is, and I hope that people from the school board are listening. I had very, very, very excellent educators in Pemberton Township in regards to civics, political science, and I can name them all. Mr. Farner was fantastic. I'm going to draw a blank, and I'm going to leave people out, but it's Mr. Dugan, Coach Dugan, who coached the basketball team for a long time. I mean, all those people in that history department, we need to get political science and history back, teaching our kids on a daily basis what it means to sit up here on council. And one of those big things that, you know, it was so fun to work with Donovan on the Business and Economic Development Committee, because what I pushed for was a seat for one of our students. And I got pushback from the school board on that. They said, somebody came in here, I forget who it was, and said, oh, we don't want to be involved. Why wouldn't you want to have our students and our children involved in this process and take stakeholdership and ownership and move this township forward, and again, not repeat the same mistakes over and over and over again? And I think everybody up here, and Matt, if he was here, would probably agree with me and say the same thing. And we've made very, very big strides. But I mean, if there's no grocery store there, that's a lose-lose situation for this township. It really is. And to have to wait for 36 months for them to figure it out, or 3 years, that's not acceptable. We need to have somebody, we need to find and utilize our resources to find a developer that can come in here, if necessary, with a grocery store for this township to give some relief. Bottom line. And that's what I wholeheartedly believe. So, man, I'll get off my soapbox there, and we'll get into public comments here unless anybody else has anything. Oh, good? Okay. All right. Number 8, public comments. Please come up, state your name. As before, I always said, please look to your left, look to your right before you come up here. Say hi to your neighbors. You know, treat everybody with respect and dignity when you come up to the dais, please. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is John Archer. I live at 110 Salvia Street in Browns Mills.
Hello, Mr. Archer.
I have a relationship with the guys that are trying to put that Plaza Inn up there. They worked very hard on it. They tried very long, and they had 2 years. It was 2 years that they had a grocery store signed up, ready to go in that place. But 2 years is a long time, and they waited and waited and waited for mainly approvals from this steaded body, whatever you want to call it, and they didn't get it. They didn't get it. They didn't get it. They didn't get it. Now I know there's a lot of things about this. Let me say it this way: it's been an eyesore for years. Now finally we got a chance to have it removed, and in its place, new buildings put up there. The whole thing was going to be removed and it was going to be redeveloped. The sign on the side there was, I told them they had to put that up there because we wanted to see what we were getting. The tax benefit could be amazing in the future. Particularly, I would appreciate it as most of the residents would in this town. I know taxes are something we haven't got a lot of coming in, and we don't have a lot of income coming in. And I don't know why that is, but where's the income? All these new things, All I heard about a new thing was a bagel shop. Now, you can't tell me a bagel shop's going to support this town. I'm sorry. You got to have many bagel shops. After the stores that are being proposed, they'll need employees to operate them, more so than the big box, whatever it is out there on Bainbridge. You're going to need them, and it's going to create jobs for people in this ad, and a bonus for everybody. We have been messing around with this plan for 3 years now. I know it takes time to do these things. It's time we get this done and start collecting tax revenue and upgrading the eyesore that it was there now. I just can't understand why this thing took 2 years, because I know every store was ready to go and signed. They had signed agreements there. But after 3 years, the guy says, hey, wait a minute, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. We put our money over in Medford, I think. Grocery Outlet did that. They had Grocery Outlet coming in here. That was a new store. That was a great store to come in here. They were going to come in. No questions, no nothing. They had it signed up, ready to go. What happened? 2 years happened. That's what happened. 2 years waiting and waiting and waiting, and they didn't get it. I'm sorry. Sign my name.
Marty Grafwenger, 1502 South Lake, and president of the BMIA. Good evening, town council members, residents, and mayor. First, I want to address the recent cancellation of the Great Berry Bake Off due to the unfortunate power outage. I hope everyone has seen the rescheduled date, which is January 2nd, which is a Friday night. We're going to start at 6 p.m., and we're doing something crazy this time, a doubleheader featuring both a chili cook-off and a bake-off on the same night. Yes, we are. We invite everyone to come by and enter your chili and or berry dessert into the contest, where you can win some seriously good prizes, including bragging rights. John Mackey, the culinary instructor from the high school, will be our esteemed judge for the evening, so get your taste buds ready. This Friday at 7 p.m. is our 80s dance party. You don't have to dress up in 80s fashion, but let's be honest, it will be funny if you did. And it will be a great time filled with music and nostalgia. We do have a drawing for a basket and a basket giveaway, and we do have free food for BMIA members. I'd also like to share a bit about the BMIA Make It Again Meals initiative that we've been working on. This program is designed to help families access nutritious meals in an affordable way. By providing easy-to-follow recipes and sourcing low-cost ingredients, we can empower families to cook healthy meals at their homes. As grocery prices continue to rise, this initiative not only alleviates financial strain, but also fosters pride in being able to prepare homemade meals for loved ones. We are currently collecting Make It Again meals, and we ask that they be brought to the BMI building during our 80s dance party this Friday night. If you can't make it but still want to donate meals, please text me at 609-388-1305, and I will send one of our elves for a porch pickup. These meals will be available on the weekend of December 13th and 14th at the Coupon Clip It Club's Toy Drive. I encourage all BMIA members to volunteer on December 14th at 11:30 a.m. to help families pick out toys for their children. And if you're interested in getting a recipe card, I do have some with me here tonight, and you can just come see me after the meeting, and I'll give you cards. And they're very easy, and most ingredients are available at the Dollar Tree in town, or we like Walmart too for low prices. Additionally, I want to remind everyone about our Passport to Worldly Cuisine dinner happening on January 24th at 5 p.m. This popular event invites everyone to bring a cooked meal representing their heritage so we can all enjoy a diverse culinary experience. The rule of thumb is to make enough for your family and then one extra serving. The BMIA board members and officers will supply the salad, the rolls, the butter, and dessert to complement our shared meals. Last year was a huge hit, and it's wonderful to reconnect with many friends. I also want to bring to light a new piece of business on the agenda regarding the proposed purchase for the 2025 DPW uniforms from Totally T-shirts in the amount of $18,282.10. Our BMI membership has raised several questions about this expenditure. They are as follows. How many T-shirts are being purchased? How many individuals are employed by the Department of Public Works? And what does this total come to per person? As advocates for the community, the BMIA believes it is essential to ensure transparency in spending and that the funds allocated serve our community's best interests. We appreciate any additional details regarding this purchase that can be shared with the public. Understanding these details will help address the concerns of our membership. Lastly, we are currently working on the BMIA wish list to be presented at the first council meeting of 2026. We invite all BMIA members to contribute by texting or emailing us your ideas. The phone number for texting is 609-388-1305, or you can email us at bmiaorg@gmail.com. We have received several entries for the wish list so far, but we would love to hear more from you. What would you like to see in the town? How would you like our tax dollars to be spent? We will advocate for the top 10 entries on the wish list, ensuring they're brought to the attention of the council. I want to take a moment to congratulate the town council for accomplishing so much from our wish list last year. Almost all 10 items were achieved, and we couldn't be happier. Nearly all the council members reached out to the BMIA personally, and I appreciate that. It's wonderful when community organizations and the town council can work so effectively together. That's all for now. Thank you for your time, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Mr. President, if I may. Marty, on those Totally T-shirts.
Yes.
They're not just T-shirts, they're uniforms for the jackets. and
Oh,
all.
so like jackets
That
and
it's-
pants and everything?
It's
Because our
contractual.
membership looks at the agenda and they're like,
Right.
T-shirts for
No,
$18,000?
it's contractual by their union contracts that we supply them with uniforms and stuff, so,
It's all the departments.
yep, it's all the,
So we're in public works.
yep, okay.
Okay, so jackets, pants, and coveralls and all that kind of
Shirts, yeah,
stuff.
yeah, I don't think any coveralls, but jackets, pants, sweatshirts, yeah.
Thank you for the info.
They did go out for bid on that. They put out, they requested bids from 4 companies. We got 2 responses. One response was for $24,000. Another one was for 18. And the 18 is actually from a local company. And the numbers, Carhartt short sleeve, moisture wicking, 7 medium, 13 large, 19 extra large, 7 2X, and then there's about double that number for the safety green. And then we're looking at pocket T-shirts, sweatshirts, thermal lined clothing, middle class 3 hoodies, and then there's another lightweight wet sweatshirts and then hooded sweatshirts. So that's what we, and it's for the whole department, and I think it's, God, I want to say 80 people, but I could be wrong. Well, I'm probably wrong, so I'm not sure.
How's everybody doing tonight? Well, I'll tell you later. Long story. All right, first and foremost, I wanted to congratulate the police officers that were sworn in. It's always great to see our police force grow in size and not shrink. On the agenda, I want to talk about Resolution 315. My question for that one is, how many refunds are we going to be doing for the overpayment of taxes? 329, 2025. How much did we add to the employee handbook for the 2025 edition? 330, I said yes to. What is it? Oh, you weren't joking, it really is 2 inches. My question is for 331. Is that the playground that this grant is going to be covering for the 250,000? It's 100? Oh, okay. 332, my question is, how much is the renewal going to be, and how many different townships participate in this agreement? My next question is for 334. I think $168,000 is a lot of money for ripping out what looks to be perfectly good fence over there, other than maybe a few bad sections. How much would it be to just replace the sections that are bad? Because I don't think $168,000 for ripping it out and putting brand new in is kind of the best way to use our money. 334, my question is, and I think we answered this. This is for Public Works, right? The water, so all the departments, okay. 335, my question is, how many properties are on the list to have liens put on them? My next question is for 336. What exactly is going on with 100 PBM Road? Are we voting yes for this or no for this? Or, I mean, I understand you guys are a no vote for the no shopping center, but is there a way that they can bring a shopping center in, like an Aldi's or? So what's the time frame for that? You know, are we giving them a time frame, 3 months, 6 months, next week, Christmas? I don't know. I mean, 337, my question is, how much is the payment going to be for the final grant payment? Said yes to all the new business. I want to know how much the bill list is. And Alex Costa's questions and statements. I know it's your favorite part of the meeting, especially in the back there. I know they all love it. I know at the last meeting I had asked if the issue of the complex time issue had been resolved by the labor attorney. I was told by the solicitor that he would get back to me. Well, do we have a resolution to this matter? I don't know if Joe talked to you about that.
He did not, sir.
Oh, so I don't know if there was an update, if the labor attorney got back to you guys.
Why don't you ask me the question that you asked Joe? Maybe I could answer for you.
Did the labor attorney get back to us on a resolution to solve the problem of the complex time that was?
The answer to that is no.
No?
I sent the Labor Council a letter suggesting as a result of the conference that we had with.
Your mic. Your mic.
I'm sorry. A letter is sent to the Labor Council requesting that the review, as a result of a meeting that the council mayor had during private session when the issue came up about flex pay. I've not heard anything from Labor Council at this point.
All right. My next question is, where are we at on hiring a business administrator? I don't see one next to the mayor, so I'm assuming we're still looking, or maybe we have one that's being interviewed now. I'm not too sure. The next question, and this is a series of questions. I've now heard that an employee has been dropped from our insurance policy effective next year, beginning on January 1st. My question is, when was the municipality officially notified that JIF plans on dropping the employee? And in the letter, did they list any reasons? If the employee remains uncovered, who becomes financially responsible for legal expenses, damages in the event of a lawsuit, or lawsuits that are filed against the employee in his official capacity? And my last question is, does the inability to provide liability coverage for an elected official affect the employee's ability to execute official duties, such as signing contracts or acting on behalf of the municipality? So I think those could be good for you to answer if you have an answer. If not, I don't want to see you run away. Oh, good. All right, who wants to take a crack at the egg?
All right.
It's 10 houses for board ups,
Are they all in one general area, or are they all scattered around?
scattered through Browns Mills. I don't know if they're repos or and it was cleaning yards and boarding up houses.
Right, all right,
And the liens will go against the property, so when it's ever foreclosed on, will be paid back with interest.
all right. Any notable changes in your employee handbook? Just add a few sentences here or there? I know you showed me it's 2 inches thick. Nothing too exciting? Oh, you got it Friday? Oh. Your mic?
I don't know what the changes are, because I never saw a handbook since I've been here.
All right,
Okay, so, I read a lot of it. There's some things I agree, and there's some things I disagree, and we're gonna discuss it later on.
all right. You answered 331, that's 100,000, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And that's just for the park?
Yes, it's for Blueberry Manor Park, yes.
All right,
I-
330.
337, I can tell you that was $234,000 in grant money that we spent, and we don't owe anybody anything.
All right. What about the renewal of the memberships for mutual aid? How many, is that all of Burlington County?
I believe that's a countywide.
That's countywide.
System. They do it yearly or every 5 years, I'm not sure what it is. But, yeah.
All right.
So
Like I
it's,
said, if we had a catastrophe in Pemberton
Yeah.
Township, you depend on mutual aid. People from all over the county will come here to Pemberton Township and assist us. And it's the same thing if we get
We
called
go
out
there,
to
yeah.
Delran.
Right.
Okay.
Alex, I can give you an example of what that symbolizes.
Oh, sure.
Okay, when I was on duty, there was a shooting situation in a particular section of town. There's 6 officers on duty in Pemberton Township. When that call goes out and 6 officers arrive on the scene and there's 200 people there screaming and yelling, that's a huge safety factor. Mutual aid is a lifesaver across the county, across the state, across the nation. It's people in particular situations when a catastrophe or an unfortunate situation occurs, people across the county with the same expertise that those have that are in dealing with it can all come together. They establish a command center, structures set up, and situations are handled. It is a lifesaver, not only for police, for everybody, anybody involved.
I know what incident you're talking about.
On the ball field, Alex,
Yeah, the ball field.
we're going to be in discussion with that.
Okay,
It's going to be a work in process, and we were going to do absolutely the best that we can for the children to make the field right and get some batting cages in, but we're not wasting $168,000 on that ball field.
well, it doesn't make sense to rip
We're-
out perfectly good fence.
You know, we're going to be meeting with the reps from the ballpark, and there was some things brought to our attention, and we're going to be investigating that. There was, I think 5 years ago, there was a resolution to install batting cages, and there was an approval on it, and they never got it, and we're going to be investigating that, and we'll see what happens, but we're going to do the very best for the kids of this town.
Good. Anything on 336, or you guys gonna just leave it?
about that, too.
Oh, good. Do you know how much the bill list is? And,
2.5, I believe it was.
1.8 of it is school board.
well, they gotta get their cut. It's for the children.
For the teachers.
You answered the flex time question, so thank you for that. The business administrator? Nothing? Oh. What about the JIF insurance? Figured you might confirm or, okay. Okay, so, thank you, and have a great rest of your night.
Hello, councils, Amy and Mrs. Solicitor. Never got a chance to work with you. I remember the first time I saw on YouTube, I said, oh, Andy's back. Just a similarity, okay? Huh? I was watching from the camera up there. Anyway, the last time I was up here, there was two things I want to clear up. I just want to say one thing before I get into that is, from the last time I came up here, I don't do publicity stunts. I just come up and speak my truth and how things are. All right? Next one is, what I want to clear up is when I said there was two scout leaders that didn't help help Ms. Adams with the recall of Jack. I want to correct that. There was one, and she did come up and speak most of the time about what's going on with Jack. And the second one I didn't get a chance to finish up was the fact that the township didn't raise any taxes, which is good, but it's bad. You should know about pumps when pump cavitates, because right now with no tax increase, there's a little engine that's running in the background. It's called inflation. And if the taxes are going up like 2 cents, 10 cents, that would kind of help relieve some of the taxes next year, because next year, with no taxes raised this year, what's going to be the outcome for next year to feed that engine of inflation? The next one is, I point this one to Mr. Dewey. I'll call him the bill list king, because everything that bill list, he scrubs through it. So my question is to you, Mr. Dewey, is I got an Oprah on the bill list from January to July, and at the time I was doing some estimated and calculation. The Dasty Foundation, or law firm, had a bill of over $700,000, and that was up until June. So my question to you is, what is it now? And there's things on there that went to the Dasty firm. What caught my attention was the bill list was detailed what Mr. Dasty was doing for the township, but there was some on there that was listed as Pemberton miscellaneous, 2,000, 3,000, 1,000, this, that, and other, but there was no explanation for it. I'm surprised you let that go by you, unless you know what it was for, the Pemberton miscellaneous.
There's so many litigations and lawsuits, and I know code enforcer department has got a lot of liens against rundown properties, and I can get you the answer.
Well, it's not for me, it's for everybody that wants to know, because, when it's listed as Pemberton miscellaneous, and 2,000, 1,000, and the rest of the bill listing is so detailed, and my only conclusion goes back to what it says prior litigation with the mayor. So my question, unfortunately, Mr. Dasty is not here anymore, rest his soul, but was that amount being charged to the township to represent the mayor? That was just my question, because when you see everything that's listed, and then Pemberton miscellaneous, and then all these numbers associated with it with no explanation.
He could have been reading papers from other attorneys, with the GIF and everything. Do you have an answer for that, Chris?
Well, if you show me what you have, I'd be happy to take a look at it. I can tell you that as a miscellaneous, there are certain categories under which billing is made. So a miscellaneous is a general category, but miscellaneous has its own itemization for the charges spent, the hours spent, and the charges. So miscellaneous is just a category. It may be $2,000 miscellaneous, but it delineates the time that was spent to arrive at that dollar amount.
I got that.
Sometimes it's called general, sometimes it's called miscellaneous. There are certain billable files where it's billed by a particular topic, but when there's no particular file or topic, and it's just, we categorize it as miscellaneous, it might be a telephone conference with the mayor regarding various matters, or with the township clerk, or with the public works director, or whatever. It would be charged under miscellaneous file, but it's itemized. So telephone conferences, review of correspondence and documents would show the affiliate time with that particular charge.
Okay, like I said, I get it, but it was the rest of the bill list from, Public Works, everybody else is so detailed listed, except, and, one example I took was, if you go to the March 27 bill list, you'll see a Pemberton miscellaneous for $2,619, And they're all over the bill list for.
That should be itemized. I'd have to have that particular bill pulled out to take a look and see what comprised that $2,000
Yeah,
charge.
but that was just one example, in March 27th. The rest
Okay.
of the months, there's listed as Pemberton miscellaneous, and a huge dollar amount behind it with no explanation.
Right.
Next item is the end of the year is coming up. I would like for each council member, if possible, to give like what happened this year, or what's your future plans for next year. I know you guys are all right in transparency, so here's the time to be transparent. And I hope you guys are transparent with the positive stuff you're doing, the things you want, the revenue you're trying to bring into town. You guys are, not gonna say hell-bent, but hell-bent on stopping the warehouses. But my thing is, what revenue sources are gonna help to replace that? And the whole bagel shop was a great analogy when the person said it, but we all have, in this town, there's pizzas, there's Chinese food, and just like that. And the large industry, the large revenue services, those what I call the mom and pop, they're great for the township as far as, business and employment, but they won't cover some of our expenses. So if you guys give me like what we're gonna do, so we can know what's gonna happen for next year. Also for Josh, which is gonna pass to Mr. Bianchini, that I don't know if you realize, but Jack is required to give you end of year report, like a State of Union basically, and no softball-ish type topics, what happened this year, what's planned for the township next year, because even though he's got whatever he's got going on, he's still the mayor, and he needs to produce and, do positive things for this town, especially when it comes to revenue and future projections and plans. Not short-term, because short-term is what hurt industries and businesses, long-term, because those things will come back and bite you later on. And I hope to finish up real quick. One question, why is the council comments at the beginning? I'm just curious. Is it better for you guys, or? Because if, we're talking now, and you're not going to talk later at the end to say, well, here's your answer to this question and that question.
We can. We wanted to get, on the beginning of the meeting, to let them know what's going on.
Okay.
And what we're planning or what we did. And this way here, when they get up for the comments, they have an idea what we're doing and what we've done, and then they can ask us questions.
So the format changed, like I'm speaking now, you can answer my question while I'm speaking, is that so that there's no comments at the end, basically?
Yeah, we're just trying to make it better and smoother for the taxpayers.
Okay.
And historically, Donovan, as you well know, when you were up here, these meetings run 3.5 hours. By the time we get our chance to respond to things that happened during the meeting or things that were done in public comment, there's 6 people out here.
That is true, but guess what? They can always go back home and listen to it, which I used to do also. And I'm still doing now. I'll catch the YouTube every once in a while. 2 more things. The agendas, I do like a quick check. There's a lot of what I call fluff stuff in the agenda. Nothing with teeth for the township as far as revenue and this and that. The usual, pay this person, pay that, that's that, but nothing fluff. Nothing is coming in on that. Again, the old Acme delayed opening. Don't know what happened, but if you could just kind of resolve that, because like Josh, like you and me, I'm for that other shopping center market, and not to give Acme a run for the money, but you need a choice, and that way prices can be stable, better quality, and more accessibility to things. And the new handbook, is there a way to make sure everybody sees it, and if there's major changes in there, let them be aware of it, because 2023. One person didn't read the handbook or didn't sign something, so that's where we are right now, because they didn't read or sign it. And that's basically it.
All right, good, because you're out of time.
Yeah, I know. So,
No, I'm just playing with you, Donovan.
I know. You don't.
Yeah.
So.
I'll try to answer, you know what, you brought up some very good points, and you always do. So I'm going to try to address some of them. And if I get off topic or if I'm missing one, you let me know, because there was a couple of them. Number one, well, I'll start off with the mayor's address. I wholeheartedly agree with you that needs to happen. Unfortunately, I stepped down as council president in March because I started a new business. It was successful. So now I'm doing 2 full-time jobs, and I just couldn't give council the time it needed at that point in time to continue as council president. So I can't speak for Mr. Bianchini because he's not here as to why we didn't hold Jack's feet to the fire there. Probably, I could say.
It's not a year yet, so you can hear.
Yeah, he didn't speak to anything, right, on the budget.
No, that was our current.
Yeah. You know, but it was the way the budget was introduced this year, as you can appreciate and understand, since there wasn't actually, you're right, there was no tax increase. So it was just an adoption of, and then just roll into, but there should have been some comments, you know, on that, in that point of impact with the township in regards to the executive branch of the government in the township. I agree. You know, on that same concept, I think we did a good synopsis of what happened, but positives moving forward, man, I'll tell you. I have, and I didn't mention this under council comments, I have started up, and I think we're all going to hop on the bus here and reinstitute the town hall meetings throughout the township. I really don't want to let a lot of the cats out of the bag at that point in time for those meetings coming up. But there is some positives that, like I said before, with the Sustainable NJ program, I'm wholeheartedly behind that program 100%. I think we need to move that program forward, and it's a benefit for the township. As far as businesses for the township, smart growth is, and you talked about short-term, right? Short-term, decisions versus long-term commitments. And I think that's what council up here is discussing and talking about when we say, hey, we want to, and I'm glad to hear you agree, we want a grocery store in the township. That's important, for everybody's pocketbooks. Inflation being what it is, I mean, I wish I could grab Trader Joe's by the horn and move Trader Joe's over here, or something to the likes of that and get them in here. But I think there's so many times that we've, even in the course of the past, 3 years, that we made decisions and said, hey, you know what, we're going to throw spaghetti up on the wall and see if it sticks. And there were some things that worked with, and then some things that didn't work in that regards. And, as far as who we're bringing in, I think you need a crystal ball, right?
Exactly, yeah.
You know what I mean? That's one of those catch-22 questions. And I think with the Business and Economic Development Committee, working with community development in the right fashion, as Harry was speaking about. I haven't been to one of their meetings yet, so I don't know what's in the works, but I know Roe has some stuff that is quite honestly in the works. I was a big supporter of the Tractor Supply. I'm not a big supporter of where they want to put it, but I know I was a big supporter of that Tractor Supply. Coming into the township, I think that drives business, and Tractor Supply being a vendor. I'm not saying everybody, Michelle, don't get mad at me. I'm just teasing. I'm just using you for an example. I love you. No, what I want to say is, I don't think it's a smart move to put it in the old Acme Shopping Plaza. I think it's a smart move to put it somewhere else, right? Now you're talking about 65 jobs, right? 65 long-term jobs for the township community, right? That people may have to be able to get an Uber to drive to. And if we don't have Ubers in town, maybe that generates a whole nother industry. I created a business. I live in the township. I created a business this year. My business is thriving. I wish I could hire, and I'm probably going to have to hire more people next year. And I'm actually looking for a photo guy or video guy, if you know anybody. But right. But anyway, it is. It was funny that, I guess, what was it, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I sat up here one meeting, and I said, the United States as a country has a problem with single-family housing. And I don't know if you remember that or not, but I said that a bunch of times, and everybody's kind of chuckled at me. And they said, well, no, that's not true, right? And it was out in the community, and I had to fight my case at my town hall meetings when I said that. And then guess what? A month ago on the national television, you sit there and watch, and they go, oh, we got a huge single-family housing problem. There's not enough. And everybody said, no, you're crazy, Josh. That's absolutely not true. We talked about Pole Bridge and the 55-plus community that we got shot down. Good. You know why? Because I'd rather see that developer, even now that it's going to get preserved, okay, albeit the same, but I'd rather see a developer come in here and work, and I've always said this, within the lines of the law, and do a one-by-one, a single-family house on a 1-acre lot in the Pinelands, which is allowed, and sell it. I would love that. You know what I mean? You have 55-plus communities, and we've had this discussion before, and we agree to disagree, but you have, let's say, keep the math simple, 555-plus community houses that are coming in here. The average age is over 65. They come in, they freeze their tax rates. They're military veterans, albeit aside, and I love military veterans, I'm one of them, okay? But then they sit there and they start getting 70% off, 40% off their taxes, 50% off their tax. Great program, New Jersey never understood how to pay for it, but that's not our problem, and we're a municipality, so we have to abide by it, right? So I'd rather see single-family independent ratepayers, to answer your other question about taxes, come in here and pay full rate taxes, right? And not cause such a burden on every other taxpayer in the township. And I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying I'm against 55 plus. I'm not saying I'm against equal housing opportunities. I'm not saying anything like that. I just think that, when it comes to the tax rate, do we really need to raise taxes this year? I mean, look, let's be honest. We didn't raise taxes last year. Everybody cried, oh my goodness, the moon's gonna fall out of the sky, and then all of a sudden council got it done, and the moon didn't fall out of the sky. And we have a mediocre I won't use the word surplus, but we do have additional funds that and you can appreciate on council because we adopted what is it, that, where you can hold over on the taxes. I forget, it's not coming to me right now, but there's it was like not a deferred, it was. Yeah, it was not a deferred school tax. It was like
Excuse me, Josh.
you get to keep your taxes over and put it away. Cap bank, yeah.
I don't want to take the rest of the time, but thank you for the answer. If you want to reach out to me, let me know.
I would love to. I got your number still.
Yeah, and just one thing, for the next meeting, if you can, just find out what those miscellaneous are, what the Pemberton miscellaneous is, and I'll quote a famous person in this room right now that says, okay, I'll see you in 2 weeks. Mrs. Phillips.
So I don't forget this time around, I'll write in here. Joe Fallon, 32 Clubhouse Road. I had come in here this evening, and coincidentally, you all have touched on a number of the items I wanted to talk about. One happened to be the warehouse situation. And knowing that's a disaster, what I wanted to know is, have we put something into place formally that will prevent this from occurring in the future? Because it repeats. You all have talked about how long you've lived in the township. And I just did a quick math, and I've probably been here in total 60 years. And I spent some time on the Environmental Commission. So I've seen what happens. The hotel next to the Wawa, before it was built, we walked that property. So I've seen the mistakes. Not all of them, but I've heard enough. And by the way, before anything, this is not a reflection on any of you up there, because that's what happens. This moves forward, and all of the issues get left for the next group that sit where you are. And we all, as residents, wind up paying for what happens in the past, because it doesn't disappear. It stays with us. The old Acme development that's been kicked around and kicked around and kicked around. I had that as an item. I've said no tractor supply. We won't agree on that, but I've said no. And the reason I say no, one, it's going to put a family business out of business. And I've said that before. I've seen what happens. I had a customer in Trenton, and I've mentioned it before. Blake Hardware was around about 100 years. Home Depot, mile away. Took them I think it was 4 years. They folded, went out of business. Tractor Supply here doesn't make a whole lot of sense when it's not that far away on 38. Just as a marketing point of view, they're not going to pull anybody from down in Whiting or down from the shore. And we look around right here, and I don't believe we have enough people to support a Tractor Supply. But that's just a personal opinion, and we can disagree about that. And that's what people do. I was glad to see Polebridge go under. That was a disaster waiting to happen. And environmentally and for the water just out there. It was going to be a disaster. The problem, and you all, I don't know that you can handle it, but the problem is when you're gone and the next person is sitting in your seat, they bring whatever they want to the table. Whether they believe the way you all do or not will depend on how this is going to go into the future. The only thing we can do is to stand by our plans that we put in place for development and don't give them exemptions when they come looking. Whether it's, we want to build this development, but we'd like the township to run the water line out to us. Well, no, we don't do that. That's their responsibility. We should not have to help them develop. If they want to develop it, it has to be on their own terms, their bank account, not ours. And that water deal that we went through is an example of what could have happened. So it's a problem that I don't see an easy solution, except we don't give exemptions. We write the plans, we stick to them, and we have enough resolve to say, hey, look, we're not going to pay you to come in here and develop. And I'm in favor of another supermarket, whatever it may be. I go out of town part of the time. I do use the Acme, but I also use ShopRite, and I use Walmart and Amazon. But in any case, thank you, and I do thank you all for your service up here.
Joe, to answer your one question.
Yeah.
We revamped the master plan this summer, and we presented it for introduction at the last planning board meeting. The next meeting, hopefully, we're going to have feedback from the town, but we spent a lot of time on it. We put in changes where it's going to protect our farms. We made things where overdevelopment in certain areas that shouldn't be touched. And I can't remember everything that we did, but we've got a lot of good feedback from it. And once we should, probably maybe the second week in January, it should be a law. So we did work on that.
Good, good. Thank you.
Didn't we about a year and a half ago also go in and delete some of the areas in need of redevelopment, like up on 206 and North Pemberton Road? And I think we changed
We
some
shouldn't
of the
lose
zoning.
another farm.
Excuse me?
We shouldn't lose another farm, if everything goes through.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Vicki Adams, 613 Sander Drive. I want to thank the council members who answered some of my questions beforehand, so I don't have to ask them now. But there are a couple things, and I also want to thank Alex because I love when he goes through his list, that answers a lot of my questions too. But in a couple of the conversations that were said here has brought up some other concerns of mine. Mainly on 3/29/2025, the Policies and Procedures Manual. Okay. I would recommend that you reword the policy in regards to the flex time to be very understandable and concrete, that there's no give or take in it. Okay? Also, I want to know, when we give benefits to other companies, these companies coming in and stuff, is there a policy that the BA or whoever entices them to come in written up so that, okay, well, we as a township agree that we're going to give 50% tax the first time, 75%, and then 100 and nothing else. And that if they need to do more, that then they then have to present it to council and say, hey, can we adjust this? I have a person that wants to do this and this. Because to me, that would be check and balance. The BA just isn't running off doing his own thing, but there's a check and balance in place. So to me, that's something that should be in the policy, or I don't know, his manual or your, what I'm saying? It's a check and balance. Okay? Pardon? Okay. So also, I really like some of the things that Mr. Gardner said that tends to, transparency. You guys telling us instead of leaving us hanging so that we have our own minds wandering and making things up in our head. Some people don't understand the ins and the outs of things. I spoke with Josh earlier about it, so he understands more than the rest of you about this. But if there is something that you think, well, everybody in this room understands it because they're here every day, the people in the public don't. And then there just stirs up more problems in the community, more stuff on Facebook, more questions that not being answered, and just animosity and dissension within the community is how I want to say it. That's why I push so much for transparency, because the more transparent you are and the more you help people understand, then it's like, oh, I get it now. It took me a long time to learn about revenues and all of this stuff and how it all plays out. It took me coming here every day. Well, not everybody can come here every day. Okay, so you have to teach it. As you're speaking, you share a little bit each time. That's how you educate, but be transparent at the same time. I'm not saying do an hour session on just that subject. I'm saying as you go, share it. Okay, I would like to know more, if you could send me the information about the watershed meeting that someone up here was talking about. You said December 8th at the senior center. If you could send that to me on my email or whatever, I would appreciate it. I'd actually like to post that out to the community. I would also like everybody to know that, I have that Pemberton Township News and Meetings Facebook page. It's not just for the Republicans, it's not just for the Democrats, it's for the community. If you have a fundraiser or you have something, like these meetings, the agricultural meeting and the economic meeting, if I know when they are, I'll put it on there and let the people know. Because that's how, okay, well, maybe they can't come here, but maybe they can go there, and if we know when those meetings are ahead of time, I don't even know when they are. I wish I knew when some of them were. I would like to go to this watershed one because I think it has a big play in what is going on in our township. I'm thinking of my housing area and how the watershed doesn't work, and the sinkholes and stuff like that. So, those are my only things. I do want to say one thing about the playground, the fencing. In my opinion, all we have to do there is mend what is gone, because I've been there enough. My grandson plays softball and stuff. That is not a damaged fence that it needs to be completely replaced. So I think that's it. Any remarks?
I have one for you, Vicki. In regards to the development that you brought up, where who makes these deals, right? So, and Chris is right here next to me, so I'll defer to him. If I get off base, please let me know. But the way it works, it's already here, right? So what happens is when you know, if I'm a developer and I come into the township, right? And I go to the community development office and boom, 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 boom. And I sit down with community development or a BA, which we don't have, or the mayor that's here now, right? And I say, well, you know, this is what kind of business I want to bring in, and this is what I want to do. And they go, okay. And I want a 15-year tax abatement, something like that, or a pilot program. I want to do a pilot program with Pemberton Township, right? Like the warehouse did. They go, oh, okay. So that all gets drafted up, and it does. It gets submitted to council at that point in time, right? I'm missing a couple steps in between, but council ultimately approves those development agreements. That's what council does. So any previous development agreements that have been approved in this township have been approved by the prior councils. And it's up to council, like you said, to educate themselves and read through the development agreement, right? And go, hey, wait a minute, that doesn't work for me. And I do this a lot, right? So like, you know, in regards to the Pole Bridge, I'll use Pole Bridge because I worked really hard with a bunch of other people, you know, on Pole Bridge, right? Well, I had to investigate, you know, what the water draw was in that area, right? And basically plead my case to the community on that whole thing. And ultimately, redevelopment agreements are like that were going on, in my opinion, were just horrible. They're horrible ideas, right? If you declare an area in need of redevelopment and you utilize it, and there's like several different statutes in the area in need of redevelopment agreement, and it gets misused. I'll say misused because it's a polite word, right? So what happens is all you have to do in this township, and I've said this a million different times before, is because we're a UEZ, Urban Enterprise Zone, and that's been addressed and adjusted, okay? So all they had to do was qualify under one specific clause in the redevelopment agreement. And then they can do whatever they want in that area in need of redevelopment. They can sit there and go, oh, well, we're going to designate this an area in need of redevelopment. And all the rules that constitute for everybody else kind of get thrown out the window. And I'm using layman's terms here, but it's pretty much, it's what happens, okay? And that's why the council destroyed a lot of the redevelopment agreements that were put in place in the township this year. I was like, wait a minute, we don't need all these redevelopment agreements. The stuff that was happening out on Pointville Road, right? Wood Lane Road, with the warehouses that were going in there. They were all areas in need of redevelopment. Well, how'd they get that? Like, you know, to Mr. Giberson's point, Evelyn Emmons's point, to the other family that's over there, Kramer's, right? Kramer's point, right? You know, Mr. Giberson, who's the president of the AAC, says this all the time, is like, how do you constitute an area in need of redevelopment if it's a farm field? There's no way to do that. Legally, in the way the statute sits, A through F, I think it is, there's no way to do that. But since it's a UEZ, a part of the UEZ, now you can sit there and qualify under one of the statutes. And you can kind of manipulate what's happening there with that area in need of redevelopment clause. Does that make sense?
It does. It doesn't really answer the question or the comment.
Well, going back to the comment and question that you asked, council approves that, bottom line.
Right, but what I'm asking is, okay, you said that the person comes into the community development and they say, and we want a pilot program. Is there something that the community, sorry, we don't do pilot programs anymore.
Well, you can do that.
Do they already have an outline of what they can and cannot do?
They would get that from community development, yes, or the business
But community
administrator.
development, do they have an outline of what they
Yes, I
can and
believe they
cannot do?
Yes, I believe they do.
Okay, can you make sure of that?
I will definitely make sure of that for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I want.
Pat Giberson, 59 West Hampton Street. Good evening, everybody. Kind of funny, all the things we're talking about tonight, and Pole Bridge getting brought up quite a bit, and, you know, I look at things a little bit differently, obviously, for my profession.
And, you just brought up a lot of the points with the UEZ, the spot zoning that went on, an area that was in blight, which I would like to touch on again. Has there been a lien put on that property yet for code enforcement? Well, I believe Hovnanian ought to be charged for it, because it looks like hell. You got an eyesore, you got one now. And unfortunately, too, the surrounding farms there are going to be dealing with a weed problem for God knows how long after this episode. It's a shame. It really is. And token, too, to going from one council, what was done previously, to what you're now dealing with up there. These things have consequences when these things are allowed to happen this way. The master plan, a little bit on that. You've done your work, you've put things in there. I mean, I listened to the planning board there the other night, and, there's a lot of good talk in there. But once again, who's to say that's going to get followed? Because it sure as hell didn't get followed this last time from the other master plan, or there wouldn't be 150 acres of farm ground gone. That according to the state, once again, planning area 4, that whole road is supposed to be contiguous farm ground. That's the state planning. So, you can write all the stuff down that you want. You can do whatever you want in the master plan. When you have unscrupulous people running an administration, it doesn't work, because they're going to find ways around it. Simple as that. So we need to be a hell of a lot more diligent than what we have in the past. Like you said, you brought up a point, about a well being over there that we possibly will get out of Polebridge. And people probably aren't going to like to hear this. I'd rather seen Polebridge developed than that farm ground. You got infrastructure there. They were going to add to the infrastructure, the developer. That was a win in that sense in comparison to the debacle you got over here on North Pemberton Road. That shouldn't even be done. We inherit one well, we give another one away. I know you got something out of it, but once again, taxpayers paid for that, and that's ridiculous. So that was one of the points I wanted to make. But going through the items here that we have, question on the fence too. I think we kind of discussed that. Yeah, I mean, we have to redo an entire fence line. That seems kind of absurd. The other one I had too, and this goes back, and I know Mr. Harper had addressed it for the uniforms for Public Works. Now, on 3/34/2025, we also have another authorizing purchase of uniforms for $6,600. Do these two coincide with each other, or is this something totally different? Okay. Well, we have another police uniform in here too on new business. So that's why I was questioning all the uniform things.
Yeah, the one that's a resolution is also uniforms for the township employees, but they picked and choosed out of the bid to get the best for the bite, this guy was lower on one part of it, and the other guy was lower on the other part of it. They put it all out the bid, and that's how it came out.
Two separate different suppliers for the same. Okay.
Yep.
All right, no, that's fine.
Yep.
Just the way it was, double in here, I kind of questioned it. And I guess that was the other one. One of the things here too is on this USDA Community Facilities Vehicle Purchase. So you're saying we spent $234,000 on a vehicle. I know you said this went to other parties and departments. How does that work through a USDA grant?
I don't know all the details, Pat, but they had it all pre-approved, what they were allowed. They got a list, what they were allowed to buy.
Okay.
And everything was pre-approved, and once it started, it went smoothly. Yeah.
All right, well, just, once again, usually grants or these funds coming in are specific. That's why I'm curious.
Originally it was for something else, and it was going to run out on timing because that wasn't happening.
Okay.
So, like I said, thanks to many employees here, they got together and they worked, they they met with USDA first, Rosemary Flannery
Right.
did.
Rural
and-
development.
And got a list of things they were allowed to buy with it, and then all the other departments, made
Okay.
a wish list, if you would.
All right, this wasn't anything to do with the other grant that we pulled from USDA for the water over here when we tried that
No,
go around.
no,
All right,
no,
that's
no.
fine.
Totally separate.
Very good. One other one too on the new business coming up, the Redesk yearly software, Rec Desk. I don't ever remember this coming up before, so is this something new, that this is a new subscription for our new recreation director? That seems like that's costing us half the budget.
It doesn't say in the information that it's whether it's a renewal or just a first-time thing. Do you know?
Pretty sure it's renewal. I believe that's what they use for the booking of the facilities
Okay.
and some of the other things they do. They've been using this program since I've been here.
All right, well, once again, I never recall it coming on new business unless this has went up and it's over the $3,000 threshold. Because I don't ever recall seeing it on any of them. I've been here for quite a few meetings. Well, I guess that's about it for this evening, and I wish all of you a happy and Merry Christmas. If I don't see you again before then, I will be out of town for a little bit, so we'll see you then. Take care.
Pat Guthrie, 317 Birmingham Road. Hello, Councilman. My only concern is under the resolutions 329, 2025, the updated 2025 personnel policies and procedure manual. I've been trying to get it all read. There's one page, which I think there should be more based on what we've gone through in the past year, on sexual harassment. Nowhere in here does it specify. It talks about supervisors, how supervisors should be with employees, but it doesn't say anything about elected officials. I think somewhere along the line, if you all had a chance to sit down and read it all, I would suspect that you would have at least made the attempt to read the section on sexual harassment. That it should be more detailed and less blanketed, and specify in there as far as what the retribution and the repercussions would be against a elected official sexual harassing any of the employees. It's kind of hard when the employee has to report to HR or just the business administrator. They should have another out or someone to be able to confide in. For example, we don't have a business administrator. So where else do they go? What else would they do? Who do they have to confide in? So if you guys can, before you kind of say, okay, this is acceptable and just pass it through, maybe take a look at it and look at our history of what's been going on and say, hey, maybe we need to detail this a little bit more and, make sure the employee is doing what the employee's doing. And when we say that they can report to such and such, well, what do they do when there is no such and such as a business administrator for them to report to? It should be detailed in here on what the employee can do. So I just don't think this should be passed just yet until it is more looked into and everything that you guys want to do to protect the employees is actually specified in it. Thank you, and have a very Merry Christmas.
Mr. Council President, if I may, just to add some clarification, the employee manual revisions that are being made throughout all the municipalities in the state. The Joint Insurance Fund recommends language
in the policy, and that's the insurance company that covers us in the event of an issue. So that is suggested language from the insurance carrier, and we make those suggestions. Now, the other point is how much is covered by elected officials. They're really guidance for employees as opposed to elected officials. It does not specify the consequences of an elected official who might engage in sexual harassment. We've seen, unfortunately, the history behind that. Nothing in a policy would have prevented that, and it results in lawsuits, unfortunately. But your personnel policy is for personnel, not covering elected officials' conduct, but employees and supervisors.
So this is basically what's like throughout the state, the policy for the state?
Every municipality has this as a result of their being insured by their various joint insurance funds. So almost every municipality throughout the state is, right now, this time of year, updating their personnel policy manual as a result of suggested changes in language that has come down from the insurance carrier. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't add to it, and some of the things that you have suggested might be something for further thought. I just wanted to clarify that the reason why these changes are being made is to keep up to date with what the insurance carriers have requested and suggested.
Okay, because like I work for the federal government.
Mhm.
I not only work for the Army and the Air Force, but I'm retired National Guard in
Right.
Personnel Department.
That's wonderful.
And one of my major things was reviewing regulation and making sure that they were interpreted properly, which
Right.
it's very, very hard to interpret federal regulations.
Yes.
But this is minuscule. One page for governing sexual harassment compared to, I had a whole regulation, a book binder that was at least 2 inches thick for the federal government. So this, what did they do, like crunch it down to make it, okay, let's fit this all
Apparently
on
so,
one
and
page.
that's rarity in the state of New Jersey. But I just wanted to put in context the reason why the resolution is on. It shouldn't wait. In other words, we shouldn't table it. It should go forward so that we can meet the request of the insurance carrier. But it doesn't mean that we can't add to it and supplement it in ways that protect the municipality and its employees.
Okay, because
And
I
your
highly
suggestions-
recommend that this
Well, I'll
goes
tell you-
through and then be
And
supplemented.
certainly, it's at the pleasure of the mayor and council, but you sound like a wonderful resource to suggest areas of change to that part of the policy.
Plus one thing you forgot to mention is we did have our Labor Council review this.
Here's
sign
another
off on
layer,
it as
but,
well.
but that's the reason why it's being done now. I'm just saying to the council, don't hold off on adopting it at this point. We can always add to it, but we don't want to miss the language that's been suggested to us already.
Okay, I definitely can see your point, and yes, something's got to get
But
through.
thank you for yours.
But I would definitely be happy to supply input and where I would put additional information in
I'm
here.
sure the governing body would be happy about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Pete King, 247 Amherst. Da-da-da-dum. All right, to start off with, since we have a whole bunch of new elected officials in the state, I'd like to remind everyone to start writing them and have them talk about the fair funding formula for the schools. And I don't know how the township is going to get hit with the new health insurance that's coming down, but the schools are going to get hit kind of hard with that. So, we have to pay health insurance, and you know how expensive that can get. So, those are some extra expenses that y'all are going to have and we're going to have. The other thing is we have a bunch of winter events coming up in the school system. I accidentally left my sheet with them all listed at the house, so it's sitting on the printer. Sorry about that. But if y'all listen to Channel 19 or go to the school's website, it'll let you know. And also with it getting darker earlier and the late buses, please watch out for the kids getting on and off the bus. when the arm comes out that says stop, please stop, don't try to go around it, because I've seen that already once. And because we just need to really talk about the safety of our kids. And then as far as this month, or on the 13th of December, up at the General Doyle Cemetery, they're going to be holding Wreaths Across America. That's going to happen at noon. That happens every year, where everyone's invited to go up there and grab some wreaths and help honor our veterans that are no longer with us by placing a wreath on their graves. And for a standpoint, the cannabis store that's over there across from the Wawa, they promised a lot of revenue when they were here doing their bidding. 12 million. I was just wondering how much of that revenue has actually materialized and helped our coffers at all.
It was.
And that's pretty much my questions there. And I hope everybody has a happy, safe new year. I'll try to be here on the 17th. Oh, the last thing, the reason I wasn't here the last meeting. The scouts, last month for Scouting for Food, we collected over 2,300 pounds of food items, and we filled the Christian Caring Center's food bank, and we filled up the Browns Mills United Methodist Church food banks, so, which was a great thing in our community, so. All right,
Pete.
Yeah.
Josh, can I ask a question? Since you opened the door, I'm going to put you on the spot, and I don't expect you to give me a hard, fast answer on this. But for the past 8-10 years, we've seen 9% increases in school taxes in this town.
Yes.
I was kind of looking forward to a break in that and getting a little bit of breather. And what you had said reminded me, I'm hearing vicious rumors about the healthcare costs going up through the state, and the school is tied into the state. And I'm hearing these nasty, nasty rumors saying the school board may be raising school taxes 20 to 30% next year.
Oh, I haven't heard that number yet.
Okay.
So I have not heard that number, but unfortunately, we're very short when it comes down to the actual numbers for, we budgeted, I don't know if I'm allowed to say the amount or not, but
No.
we budgeted X amount of money, and right now we're about 3.2 short of what we budgeted.
Right.
So, and that's just a rough number, not
Yeah,
an
it's
exact.
just, I understood the 9% and it was going to go away. And then when I heard this outrageous number, I was like,
Yeah, so
it's
I have
gonna-
not heard that number yet, so I would hope not, but I do
yeah,
know.
and
we-
I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I do know we're going to get, we are getting hit really hard by the insurance rate hike, so. All right.
Yeah, just a little on that, since we're on the school tax thing. When I was down at the League of Municipalities, there's supposedly a bill that they're starting to get together now to up your 9% that you are allowed to go to anywhere between 16 and 18%. Now, that bill may not go anywhere, but, it's in its infancy, is what I was told down at the League of Municipalities.
Again, we need to actually contact the Congress, our new congressman, our assembly people, everyone in the state. If you can send them a letter and talk about the fair funding formula, then that would help offset what we pay here in the township. So the state needs to fix the fair funding formula.
Yeah, and as far as the cannabis, I don't have an actual number, but below what we were promised. That's all I can say. Yeah.
So,
Pete, do you know, I'm sorry, were you done? What the enrollment for the township schools is this year?
between 5,000 and 6,000 kids total.
What was it last year, do you know?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but we normally steady between 5 and 6 for the most part, I think. Obviously the township would, these are just numbers off the top of my head, so.
I'll take a look, all right, thanks.
4,100, okay.
Wow, that's, It's a far cry from when I was in school.
Which, so it's down, okay, so it's down to 41. So, sorry about that. I was off by 1,000.
Yeah,
For my low number.
it's all good. I'm putting you on the spot, so I'm not trying, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Thank you, Pete.
So, you're welcome. Anything else? Nope, all right. Y'all have a great weekend.
Joe Anderson, 41 Lindbergh Avenue, Browns Mills, New Jersey. Since he was just talking about the schools, I might as well start there. I just went to a planning board meeting last week, and I just found out about the schools. I didn't even know these schools are closed. Stackhouse, Harkawali, Isaiah Haynes. Do they have kids in them, or are they open for something else, or? Laura Hill, Isaiah Haynes. Well, yeah, I took a ride up there this weekend and looked around, and it's just abandoned. And there's lights on. We're still paying, I guess, for that. You got to keep the heat on. So what's going to be done with this property once? Does Pemberton Township own the property? Does Board of Education own it? So how do we, there's a big piece of property right there in this township that's, in the future, if you're not looking at it, you should be looking at it. Because them schools are not going to stay there probably. So I would be looking at this property pretty hard. And then I'm riding around there and I see all these playground equipment. It looks kind of brand new. Why isn't that going to the Blueberry Manor or whatever? All this playground equipment. It's just sitting up there in the schoolyards, empty. So what was that money spent for? Who spent the money for all that?
Hold on, Joe. So you got to remember, the way we're set up, the school board in Pemberton Township is its own municipality, right?
Yeah, they need all that money, right?
Hey, man, I agree with you, Joe.
Yeah, now he needs more money. He's 3.2 million short. Yeah, I wonder why. Keep spending more money. Just like the school bus garage over there. You ever ride by that school bus garage and see how many school buses sitting there during the day? Anybody? Ride by there and see how many school buses. You just talked about how many kids are in the school now. How many buses are we paying for sitting there, not being used? Does anybody ever take a count? Anybody go take a look? The waste of the money. He's 3.2 million short now. You're going to need to raise school board taxes. Yeah.
You got to go to the school board meeting, Joe.
Yeah, I should. I'll be throwing out of there for sure. Get back on this Tractor Supply. I totally agree. That's not a good spot. I would like to see a Tractor Supply in the township somewhere, maybe down by Williams Paving, where Williams Paving was. I think that would be a good spot, or further down Lakehurst Road. I would love to see a Tractor Supply, but don't stick it right across from O'Brien and Sons. That's a slap in the face to them. It really is. I think it's just a slap in the face for all the years that they've been there. That would be like putting another hardware store right across from them. I mean, that's just not right. The thing I would do about this grocery store that they promised, I wouldn't demand that they put a grocery store there. I want to see a grocery store. I wouldn't mind if there was a grocery store there, but I wouldn't say that they had to, because I think, like I said, that school property could open up someday. You got the Bryant County College down here. This property down here might open up to Pemberton Township. Might be a good spot for a supermarket right there, instead of housing, which I heard at the planning board meeting. So that's about it, I guess. What do we got? One more meeting in December? All right. That's about it. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody in general. I want to thank you, the township and the police department, with all the officers we swear to that tonight. I want to know, when I finish my speaking, that somebody can answer me, how many officers that make it with those 5 or 6 officers we had tonight? Okay, now, I know that somebody brought about the cannabis business in town, in whatever, in the borough, wherever they are. I recall coming in here and hear the administration or the council were saying, oh, the million we were getting in there. And guess what? It looked like you plant the potato. 6 plant the potato, I plant. And the animals under the ground ate my plant the potato. That means when I went and looked for my potato, guess what? Nothing in there, sip. And that's where we are standing right now. They believe the promise they make. We already got the drug problem in this town. We do not need anymore. We need a grocery store. I'm going to be honest with you. I go to ShopRite at Medford. I may spend more gas. I look for the sales. When I go to Acme, because I'm very desperate in the last minute, I knew I cannot go to Medford. Okay? Wyden. 46 years ago, I arrived in this township, 11/29/79. Now I can say I'm 46 years in this town. I recall to go to Wyden, to our banks, because I came from Mercer County. And today, I go to the Wyden. It's not the Wyden I used to go. Okay? And I recall when I came in here 46 years ago, the Pemberton Township was booming. Was no empty building in business. Everything was full. You can get anything you wanted. And one by one went down the hill. I don't know why. We chased them out or whatever. We continue to blame the base. Okay, number one, I stated to the previous administration, to the mayor, and I recall, I asked him, Mr. Mayor, we are borderline with the base. That we communicate with the head one in there. If we got problems, we can bring it to them and they can help us. But right now, since the 9/11 came, they block us off now. We're really up the creek now. I cannot go to the base anyway. Okay, now I'm going to put in the daycare on Lakers Road. I attend the planning board meeting, and I hear what is going on in there. And like I stated in the past, in here, when this person purchased that property 25 years ago, whatever, when he did, was a home. Later on, they decided to put a commercial business in the front. But the worst part it is, the man is paying residential, sewage, water, garbage. How that person came in this place and asked for a commercial, and he has been paid residential. No wonder we are down the hill, where we are supposed to charge people. I know how many the towns and homes are here in Pemberton Township right now. They are empty. Now, my question to the council will be, that every single house is empty in Pemberton Township are paying taxes right now, because those houses are owned by the banks. They are owned, I got a long to go. You gotta let me go. By the mortgage company. And when I walk in my development, guess what? Even the raccoons and everything coming out from the roof and coming out from the windows and everything. It's sad. Okay, now I'm going to touch on the Presidential Lake, All Lake store. It's a story there. They told me they was sold, that somebody go and get it. Now, what is up to there? I want to know. Okay, I want to know also in reference to the Yellow Bank. I stipulated Yellow Bank, Sycamore Hall. The is sold or not sold, and I just hope the township, we can get it back. Let me just check. Okay. I was listening everybody what was speaking in reference in here tonight. A lot of things was touched. When the developers was coming to this town and promised us a store, we need the store. Acme, the sad part, it is ripping every single poor people in this town. They don't have too much choice because they don't have no cars. People drop them off and shop in there. We need a supermarket. We need an outlet store, or we need Aldi. They promise us a store, and this is what we want to get in here. No Tractor Supply, please. Tractor Supply is down a few miles down the road. People want to go buy stuff. Tractor Supply probably is in Whiting too. Anyway, we need the stores, and the people can go buy their food, okay? And I want to know in reference to those empty houses. Everybody is paying. In reference to the Jiffy insurance company, for the first of the year, what is going to happen with an administration? I know that I was told it's only the person who runs the business. Where is the business administrator? 1 year. Be ashamed of themselves. What is going on in here? I pay my taxes. Thank you. I want answers. Oh, before I leave, 2 weeks ago, I brought it up to your attention that this resident from Presidential Lake was sick. He was not able to attend the meeting. He got 2 questions. The questions I asked to the township was in reference to those go-kart, golf cart, and whatever. And then the second question was where he lived, the neighbor next door put a camera facing to his house. That's illegal. Thank you. I want an answer in those 2 questions. I don't worry about the other one.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. The 2 questions, I actually have a question along the same line with America. I had a constituent in Presidential Lakes that lives back by the pit that has a picture of, I guess there's a Verizon or cellular site out there or a phone line site out there by the pit entrance in the back of Presidential Lakes that has a video camera that actually yells at you if you get too close.
Clean Communities approached me a while ago. They get money for some of these clean community things. And there's been a lot of dumping back there in the pits, and there's a lot of dumping in the forest, period. As one resident says, they wanted no littering signs and some other things. The Clean Communities came up to me and they wanted no littering signs so they could put them out there, and we approved that. The other thing they found was a camera system that they could put out there, and it could record these people illegally dumping. And we could use that when we go to prosecute these folks. What we didn't realize is it did have a voice-activated thing in it, and I guess it did scare quite a few people out there. As soon as I found out about it, I requested Public Works to go out there and turn that feature off, and I have personally verified that it is turned off.
Okay, because I talked to a guy last week, Jack. The reason why I'm bringing this up, I was having my car fixed over at Wrightstown, at Bird's Automotive. And I won't mention his name, but he showed me the video, and the video recording was last week. And the camera, apparently they turned the camera, but now when he takes his dog out in the backyard to go to the bathroom, it yells at him all the time. So maybe we could take a look at that feature one more time, because I don't think it's turned off.
I went out there and it was off when I was
Really?
out there. Yeah.
All right,
I mean, I walked around in front of it and it didn't go off.
It's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
I can have them double check to see that something didn't short. I don't know.
It's pretty aggressive. It's funny.
I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, you know?
As far as the lake, what was the other one, the lake store, was this question? Yellow Bank? Golf carts. Okay, so it was the golf carts. I didn't understand the golf carts thing, I'm sorry. So from what the only thing I could say is golf carts would be illegal on our streets, is that correct? Or an ATV? Like,
As a matter of fact, I think one of the last things the last administration didn't they pass an ordinance
I'm pretty sure we did.
where they could confiscate the ATVs
Yep.
if they were riding them up and down the street?
Yeah.
So there are mechanisms in
Right.
place for them to be, you know, it's just, I mean, it's a big town and our cops are continually going to call. I know they've been stepping it up out in PL because some people have been asking for more patrols out there during the school period and some other things. The golf carts, there's new high-fangled golf carts now that are very, very expensive, that are street legal, that you can get licensed, excuse me? Right, they have to be under 25 mile an hour, I think, isn't it? And there's procedures for that. And I know there's one or two out in PL, I don't know if they're licensed or not. But I've seen golf carts, I mean, it is PL.
There's way more than one or two. I live out in PL.
I'm trying to be politically correct for a change.
I mean, it's not a problem for us, but there's way more than one or two.
And as far as the video cameras on your property, as my understanding, and I believe I talked to the chief about this, if the camera's pointed to the property, it's not illegal. You're securing your property. If you had the camera pointed directly inside somebody's window of their house, that's a problem. And I have a lawyer here, maybe he can correct me or.
I would frown upon it. It's always been a question in New Jersey law about peeping Tom.
Right.
There's always been an issue in New Jersey law with regard to what they call peeping Tom laws. And so I'd have to revisit that area once again.
The
But
problem,
there's a
Chris-
question about expectation of privacy, too.
Right.
And so, you know, if a person has their window open, they don't have curtains in a window, there's nothing that prohibits a person from their own property looking into somebody else's property. But I would certainly frown upon it. It doesn't make for good neighbors.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, like my property and a lot of the properties out in PL and some other districts in the town, the houses are on quarter-acre, three-quarter-acre lots or bigger. So the distance between houses is 30, 40, 50 feet. And some of the new construction, the distance between houses is 6 to 8 feet. So there's a big difference there, and that is a factor as well.
Okay, I won't talk about you while you're gone. Are you starting the timer now, Amy? Is she timing tonight? Okay, okay. I don't know if she times like Mr. Gardner would always wait till you sign the book to start the timer. Okay. Michelle Foreman, I got to talk fast. I got a lot of stuff to talk about. Okay, so first, has anybody, first question is, has anybody looked into whether or not I could have the video and the audio on my CDs. That's number one. Number two is, well, I just want to make a comment, Mr. Anderson. Okay. And I also want the public, people are listening to this on YouTube with Alex and the township, right? So I just want the public to know this because they might not know. The school playgrounds are open to everybody off school hours. They're open until 10 o'clock at night. Yeah. I would do physical therapy at the school playgrounds at night sometimes. And I would go to that school and I would use the monkey bars when I got paralyzed to learn how to walk, and I would use the monkey bars to walk. But you can do so much there. You can walk in the fields, you can, do all kinds of fun things there. You could bring your kids there. The kids are allowed to play basketball there. So I just want to mention that for people if you don't know it or not. And the other thing is, yeah, I want to know if I can, I don't want the dumbed down version of the audios. I want the videos as well. I want to see what we can do about that. So if anybody has an answer, I had brought it up last time. The other thing is December 8th, the watershed meeting. I would like to know, whoever brought that up, if they could tell me where, when, December 8th, what time. The other question I have is, Josh, I heard a rumor that you might be having a town hall meeting soon. I got to write that down because I almost missed the master plan meeting at the planning board. Well, I was kind of planning on going, but I didn't quite understand what was going on at first. So I want people to know that there was a meeting Monday. Okay. Not last Monday, the Monday before that, I think, about the master plan. And it was right here on the planning board night at 7 o'clock. And just want to let people know who are watching also that that's open to the public, right? You can go there and you can talk. And there was comment about the master plan. I made a few of the people made some comments on it. Looking forward to see when the next one is. And I hope it's more advertised more because the last meeting there weren't very many members of the public going to that very important master plan meeting, Let me see. Harry was there, though. I think Mr. Dewey was there, though, because he was on the planning board. Okay, so that's a few things. About the development. People talk about, I'm not for development, I am for development. I know one thing. Let's fix what we have here. They're talking about we need the Greenberg because, well, after all, we need affordable housing, so we have to destroy a farm. But the truth of the matter is, and they say, but these, what I'm talking about tonight, they don't have what you call deed restrictions, so we can't count them. But we have so many affording housing places around here in the park. That's why I'm against condos. I'm against townhouses. I go around looking at these places, and you drive around. And their dumpsters are always full. They're not maintaining. The place over here, it's an apartment complex over here by where you live, North End Park or something, the apartments. University Park. Their dumpsters are always full. It's not a pleasant place to go to. People are blaring their music. There's no place the kids to go out in the front yard and play because people are walking their dogs up and down. You can't let the kids play outside. It's very nasty. I'll tell you one thing, if we do have anything like that around here, we got to really monitor and make sure the trash gets out and make sure there's a place for kids to play, make sure there's a dog park so the kids can play out in the grass. It's crazy. But we have Amsterdam, we have 2 by Country Lakes, we have 2 motels in Browns Mills, we have 1 across at McDonald's. We have, then again, the Lake Valley. There's others on 38. I call it 38 because I don't know North Pemberton Road down there. Up the street from your house more. South Pemberton Road, thank you. And, okay, so I just wanted to say that real quick. The Acme. Who owns that? Does Pemberton own that Acme Center? Did Horizon pay for it yet? We bought it for $3 million. That's how much it costed us. Who paid for the What? Who paid to have that toxic waste cleanup? Was it the Horizon or the township? Are we going to pay Horizon to develop that? And as far as the Tractor Supply, that is the worst thing that this town could ever do, is have a Tractor Supply there. And if anybody votes for this, I may never talk to you again. As forgiving as I am, because those people have been there since the first day I got there. Those people, and I'm talking about the entire O'Brien's family, they're wonderful people. They treat the residents so well. You go in there, they will help you with everything. You call them, they will help you with everything. And that would be a crime to put them, to have that there or anywhere near there. And like somebody said earlier, there's a Tractor Supply right down the street here. It's easy to get to. And the thing on here with the master plan, with the playground, they're talking about Blueberry Manor tonight. They want to put a park there or what, a playground or whatever. When Junction Road came here, when they wanted to do development at Junction Road, they said they were going to put a playground there. So why do we need a playground over there? There's a playground at the school. Why are we spending all this money in a playground at Blueberry Manor? If it is a playground, I think I heard it was. I just want to remind people that, there's something going on. Wait, I'm almost done here. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I loved your talk tonight, Mr. Doyle. That was great. You know, if we could have you behind us, the public, the people, it would be such a great, you just have such a commanding force behind you. I have been here many, many years. And when you led that meeting that night, I don't know how many times you did it, but one time I did remember you being where Josh is. You did such an exceptional job up there. Exceptional. And I'm not discrediting Mr. Ward because I love him too. But, you know, anyway, that's it. I think that's all. I want to congratulate the police officers also. I think that might be it. Okay? So I have questions. If somebody wanted to answer those questions about the ACME, if you need to be reminded what my questions were, I'll be happy to remind you.
Can I answer one I think I have the answer for? For the remediation of the soil over there,
Yeah.
I believe there was an escrow established with Mr. Berardi that took care of a lot of that remediation. So it was actually Mr. Berardi that paid for that, if I remember correctly.
So what you're saying is you're not 100% right? You're not 100% sure? Because when
probably
you
about
talk, sometimes you say,
95%.
I think,
I'm
but-
probably about 95% sure that was out of escrow for Mr. Berardi.
Okay. I will fact check all these answers, by the way. I will fact check them. Thank you, though. Okay, so who owns it? Anybody know?
We own it.
Pemberton Township owns it, and I think we're into it for, what we paid Mr. Berardi was $3.2 million.
So we own it. So what does that mean?
Means we own it?
So we're going to pay Horizon to develop it?
No, hopefully they're going to pay us if they want to do the right stuff. you
But
know.
they didn't pay us yet.
No.
But we definitely want them to pay it. We're not going to, you know, pay them to develop it, right? They're
No,
going to
the-
pay us to buy it,
I think
right?
those days are over, you know, we're trying to make money.
Okay, so they didn't pay for any of this yet, but we're voting on it tonight, okay?
As far as the watershed meeting, you got your pen ready?
Yep.
The
Yes, I
watershed-
do.
The watershed meeting.
Make sure you talk loud.
Yeah, is December 8th, 6:30 PM at the Senior Center.
Okay,
Okay? No problem. Hope to see you there.
okay. Anybody remember any other questions? Is there going to be a playground or a park at this Blueberry Manor that you're voting on tonight? Is it a playground or a park? Or is that the same thing?
It's to accept grant money to replace a playground that used to be there.
Grant money for a playground?
Yeah.
And are the Junction developers still going to put a playground there? Where they agreed to do it earlier, when they wanted to come here and develop property next to two schools?
Well, this was in.
Cut down all the woods on 5 acres? They said they were going to put a playground, so now they're off the hook. They don't have to make a playground.
This was an existing playground that the township took out because the equipment was run down, and we're just putting a new playground in there.
Why do we need a
Right
playground?
now, as it sits, Michelle, it's an open piece of land that belongs to the township that's not able to be utilized because there's nothing on it. So what we're going to do is return it back to the status that it was so that the kids in the community can use it.
Isn't that also Green Acres?
Okay, but it's Junction Road developers still going to put a playground where they said they were going to when they cut down the 5 acres of trees to put development over there? Apartments and townhouses that we don't need? Are they still going to put a playground in that plan? Does anybody know before you vote on this?
You'll have to see when they come to the planning board. They haven't come back to the planning board, so we have no idea what they're doing.
How come you're shaking your head no? Yeah,
Well, he's on the planning board, so I guess he,
They're not putting, I think they might be giving the township some money towards it, but they're not putting a playground in. There was some type of land swap or something stupid as usual.
okay, this doesn't make sense that we're going to put a playground there when the Junction Road developers said they were going to put a playground there. And there's a playground right by the school. There's actually 2 playgrounds at the school people can go to.
Well, Michelle,
I
let's
mean, we
talk,
might get a grant, but come on, let's face it, do we have to pay the grant back? It's not going to cost us any other additional money? No studies or anything? But go ahead.
you like to do research the Acme
No, I
from,
don't, but
from
go ahead.
1982 to 2022 and see how much money that the township has invested in that property. And then he said that we just paid, what, 3.2? 3.2 million, and they sold it for 2.7 million. Well, another great deal.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. It was great
Thank
to
you,
see
Michelle.
everybody this
Good
evening.
to see you too.
Arlene Alexander, for Chickmuck Run in Browns Mills. So the only thing I want to say is that for the 3/33/2025, so I am a construction project manager, and I work with Consolidate still a lot on a lot of my construction projects, which are at JFK, Newark LaGuardia, and the George Washington Bridge. So when you're dealing with a company like this, they're not going to come in and patch up a fence. You have to do the whole fence over because of their work and their company. It's not like you replacing a panel at your house. So, and that is probably why the cost is what it is. And I've done a lot of work with them. I don't know if you did quotes, but usually their quotes are the lowest when I work with them. I always go out for bid. So, and they usually come up the lowest. So if this was out to bid and this was the lowest, it's probably because they're not going to come in and redo someone's work or add their work to someone else's. They're just going to do the whole thing over. So I just wanted to say that, maybe clear that up, because I know there was a lot of questions about that. And being in construction and knowing this company, I don't think that's a outrageous price. And I'm also in sustainable construction. I do a lot of LEED projects.
If I could, sir.
On the job?
Ma'am, in this instance here, there were two bids submitted to us that we got to look at. We actually went with the one that was ballpark $1,000 higher, I believe it was. The reason they did that, and Mr. Kurth explained this to me very well, the reason they did this was because there's one portion that had to be custom built, and the lower price did not include all that custom work. We would have had to outsource to another company to cover that area. And as Public Works investigated and saw, it would have been significantly more than the $1,000 extra by going with the contractor that they chose, which is why the bid before you was the one that was accepted, but it wasn't the lower. So you actually got more bang for the buck at this number.
Yeah, I believe that. This company is very good.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, council, mayor. I'm here about a request.
Sir, can we trouble you for your name for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
My name's Sandell, Gene Sandell, 45 Dakota Trail. Before I get into this, I might just say that it's been very intuitive coming to this meeting tonight, and I believe I will be coming back more often. With that said, I've lived in this township for 26 years, almost 30 years. My family's paid a lot of service to this country. I have paid service to this country. And when people who don't know you put you in a position where you have to defend yourself, it's not right. Now, someone who doesn't even live near me complained about my tractor. I have a tractor trailer. Now, I've been in business for quite a long time. But before I tell you what I'd like, let me give you a little history on myself. I've been working since I was 9. My mother had a brain aneurysm when I was 11. At that time, I, at 11 years old, had to come from New York, take care of a house, go back on a Sunday, come down on a weekend, go back, take care of my mother with a brain aneurysm. At the house, I had to do everything. Anything that you can think of that you have to do with the property, I had to do it. At 11 years old. That was my life till I was 25 or so. At 27 years old, I built, or better yet, I got into the ice cream business. I had an ice cream truck. The money that I made from that truck, I was supposed to go into the recording studio because I'm a musician, but I never did. I loved the business that year so much, and what the kids did for me, that I took the money, bought another truck, an empty truck, completely empty. In the dead of winter, built another ice cream truck, completely from scratch. I had 2 trucks. Left the Jersey Shore, spent time in Trenton, had it for 5 years. My business thrived for 5 years. I had to stop my business because now my father had cancer. So what did I do? My truck sat. I went back to New York, took care of him with cancer for 1.5 years. With that, when I left that route, the kids didn't know anything about what happened to the ice cream man. So that played on my mind while I was taking care of my father. So what did I do? I designed a 6,000 square foot arcade and video game store, which I had for approximately 10 years in Hamilton Township. And at the same time, my mother, who survived, I took care of her, now with Alzheimer's, every day. She passed away. Before she passed away, I decided, I think I'll get into trucking. So I get into the trucking business. I go down to a Peterbilt dealer. I spec a truck. I didn't buy a truck off the lot. I designed a truck. Had it built at the factory. It was delivered to me. June of '96. I go to work. Over all this time, I also raised a family, 6 kids. Worked hard. While doing that, my wife, who I'm still married to now, is disabled, completely disabled. She can't go to work. I am the sole provider for my family. Someone who doesn't know me complained about my tractor in my driveway, big double-wide driveway. The reason I have that tractor there is because it's part of me, and it is my livelihood. Now, I don't know how much you know about trucking or whatever, but when things go wrong on that, it has to be fixed. I have to deal with it. My wife, I have to deal with at the same time. It's not like I can just leave and, not deal with things. My point is this. I pay taxes, I follow the law, I've done everything right in my life. But because someone who doesn't know me feels that they can complain about my truck and they don't even see my truck, they don't even live near me, I don't think that's right. Now, I
Mr.
understand.
Sando, not to cut you off, but can I see that? Can I see the pictures that you have there?
Absolutely.
Because what's our ordinance on this kind of situation, Jack? Do you know off the top of your head?
Josh, you might remember when we first got elected, just before we got elected, there was an ordinance change, and the ordinance says no tractors are to be parked in a residential area, driveway, or on the street. If you're farm zoned or GCLI, you can do it. I think PL is where you are, sir, is probably residential. And if you remember right, when we were first elected, there was some school bus drivers that were right outside this door and talked to us because they were getting tickets because they drove their school buses home, parked them overnight so that they could go get the kids in the morning. And there was another gentleman here that night that drove, a tow truck driver, and he was under state contract, and he had a certain amount of time to go there and do what he had to do for accidents and stuff. And we were talking about looking at that ordinance and making some adjustments
That's
to
right,
it
we were.
3 years ago, and it
Sandell,
still
here you
hasn't
go.
been done.
Yes.
And we've talked about it a few times. Well, the council, I don't change it, you folks do.
Right, yeah, because I would have to go to community development, right? Have you been to community development office, Mr. Sando?
No.
Okay.
No, sir.
Yeah, because we'd have to impose an ordinance. I had brought that up a couple months ago because somebody, the mayor's correct. There's been several different instances. There's actually a gentleman over in my neck of the woods that works for Earl Paving and parks a commercial truck out on the residential street. And I've been lobbying for, the potential to see what we can do about this. We have another forklift driver in Country Lakes that has been cited for the same thing.
If I remember correctly, Josh, at one of the meetings before too, I believe we had a tow truck company owner here
Right.
who said the same thing, that having that tow truck accessible at their residence to get to an emergency scene right away is critical.
Right.
I mean, my thought, Josh, is like you said, if that's a vehicle like this gentleman's vehicle, I'm going to make some assumptions, so forgive me. If his vehicle's legally registered and he's paying all the tags and all the taxes and everything else, he should be able to park that vehicle in front of his house just like I can park one of my vehicles in front of my house. The size, he pays an extra amount of money for registering that vehicle because of the size.
Right.
So the size shouldn't be a factor. Now, my only problem, and forgive me, I'm not trying to make any accusations to you, sir, is some truck drivers like to run their rigs overnight. And I don't know why, but if I was sitting there at my house and I heard my neighbor's rig running all night long, I probably would have a problem with that. But we have a noise ordinance that would cover something like that.
Absolutely. And my truck is a Peterbilt. I don't have to run it because I can plug it in and it stays warm.
Is that a plug for the truck company?
Mr. Sandell, are you actively still engaged in trucking right now in the industry?
Currently, right now, I'm actually working for the township right now. But I do use the truck and do trucking.
Right.
So, for someone to complain, about that, I don't.
Josh, if I may, I know after that last meeting that Perry was speaking about, Roe, and I got a copy of the ordinance and stuff, and unfortunately Jerry's passed, but we were working on that, and I think it dropped through the cracks with the passing of Jerry. But, yeah, they are re-looking at it, and I believe, I don't know if you got a citation or not, because I believe they put all citations on hold. I could be wrong, until we
That's what I
rework
thought.
that ordinance, yeah.
Well, actually, I requested more time because the gentleman who gave me the citation told me to come to speak with you
Right.
gentlemen.
I-
Of course,
So I
of
said,
course you
okay.
did, right? Always.
Yeah, I would
said,
suggest going to community development,
Yeah.
and because of this I believe everything's on hold right now,
Harry.
but check with her.
I think with you folks, the council, looking at this ordinance,
Right,
the ordinance is a law,
yeah,
so we have to follow the law. So they did put a hold on it for a short amount of time,
right.
but there was no action taken. So they had to start following the law again.
Okay, I don't know, like I said, I know it was being worked on. Go to community development, check with Rosemary Flaherty and see if she can, walk you through this.
In the meantime, would you mind asking the inspector not to write me a ticket?
Well, that's not
Can't do that.
within our purview, but,
But it is within hers.
yeah.
Council President, maybe a solution is the council agrees that they're going to review this within a certain
That's what I was just
amount
gonna
of
say.
time, and and have council send an email to community development asking for the 90-day suspension of enforcement until we can get a change to the ordinance. Would that be appropriate,
Yeah.
Solicitor?
Yeah, I think under the circumstances, you could do that, advise that the governing
Right.
body is reviewing the ordinance to make changes to cover the circumstances of the vehicles parked in. Take that under
Yeah, so-
consideration. Do you have a citation now, sir?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Yeah, so Mr. Sandell, what I was going to make the recommendation before the mayor and solicitor gave their input, which is, thank you very much for that, good gentlemen, but I would say, make some time, go up, talk to community development, see what, the community development office is right down the hallway. When you come in, you make a left. But it's on the left-hand side there. Since you didn't receive an actual citation, it's just probably like hey, look, this needs to be addressed. Talk to Rosemary or somebody in that office, see what's going on there. And what I will do is, tomorrow morning, when I get up and go into work, I'll email the Office of Community Development and the current council president, because I'm just filling in. And I'll keep them both in the loop, and we'll talk with the rest of the council. I'll Mr. Harper in there, because we were working on something to get that rectified, so.
Okay, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I would just add, the mayor's absolutely correct. I mean, the law is the law, and this governing body, nor the mayor or anyone, can tell a police officer or code enforcement officer not to write a summons or to write a summons. However, they do have discretion. And I think with the information presented to them, they will exercise the discretion in the correct manner. If you were to receive a citation, if you'll contact the council, one of the suggestions I would make is that we just notify whoever the municipal prosecutor is to have the case adjourned in the municipal court so that we have enough time to address the ordinance.
That would be Marty Buckman.
Yeah, I know.
So
I said that.
you would
It's
actually have time
A
to-
member of our firm is also the prosecutor, so it certainly would be appropriate to adjourn a case if you had one, but you don't have a citation, so that's.
No, not yet, but he only gave me an extension to the 10th, actually.
Well, I think with the additional information that they'll receive from the council, they can exercise discretion to extend it even further.
Okay, so
Okay.
you will
Yeah, because
speak with them?
all they want is compliance
Okay.
with the law. That's all that's being requested.
I would
so.
appreciate that.
Sure.
And, you know, as I said before, coming to this meeting tonight was very intuitive. And after listening to a lot of the concerns that a lot of people have about your grocery store and the things and so forth, if this can be rectified for me, I would have no problem if you do put a store on your property, because I understand that you own the Acme shopping lot. Is that right? So if you put a store there, I would have no problem pulling some of your freight for you.
Wow. We can't do quid pro quo. That's.
We can't.
That's a
Or
little
we'll
dangerous.
all be in trouble.
But anyway, so thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. It was a pleasure meeting you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good holiday.
Good. Okay. Anybody else for public comment this evening? Yeah, we're definitely going to need a 5-minute break. So we're going to break for about 5 minutes, and we'll be back at 9:01. That's how it should be. Not the other way around. I appreciate that.
this, or is it? Oh, okay, that's.
It's been a long time. How you doing? You look good. I remember Danny. No, I'm on Ridgeview. I was in New Jersey. Right off the junction. Right. Yep. You still gotta get together. Yeah. I can't wait till day. I was called over tonight till I ran. You gotta come out. Yeah, yeah. What happened? You're still gonna fall off. Was the only one who noticed?
I just got really cold, you know? I heard something.
Start all over. Start all over.
We have people from New Zealand and London.
I'm not happy about that either. They canceled the
All right. Okay, we're going to bring the meeting back to order so we can finish up business for tonight. righty. Next up is a consent agenda for the resolutions. Consent agenda, all items listed with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the Township Council and will be enacted by one motion. Should a council member wish to discuss a consent agenda item separately, that item can be removed from the consent agenda and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Does any of the council members have resolutions to pull or would like to be heard?
Yeah, Josh, I'd like to pull 3/15/2025,
Okay,
3/29/2025,
okay,
3/33/2025, and
Okay.
3/36/2025.
okay. Anybody else? Okay. Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolutions as amended.
Just a note, this is the consent agenda, and the consent agenda does include the meeting minutes.
Oh,
It
oh, it
has an
does include-
asterisk next to it.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
Okay.
Second the motion.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes. Okay, first up, we have Resolution 3/15/2025, authorizing the refund of 2025 tax overpayment due to overbilling. Tabled from November 17th, 2025 meeting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to make a little statement here. You know, when we up here on the council, and I myself personally, when we table something to ask for more information, we're not doing it out of spite. We don't want to make anything harder. We just want to get all the information we need to make a good decision, based on facts. And I don't appreciate the fact then when I'm going to call it a subcontractor, gives an attitude about me asking these legitimate questions so that I can make a final determination on what's going on. And just, if that, subcontractor doesn't like being asked questions, it just leads me down the path to what else could be going on? Is there something else that he's worried about, or, I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but, I think every question I requested answers for should have been answered without hesitation, without any attitude, and, as I said, the subcontractor, he has a contract with us, and if he's not happy with it, he's quite capable of walking out the door and ending the contract. That's all I want to say about it.
Can I ask the solicitor a question on this? Council President?
Sure.
Chris, with tax appraisals, I'm being told by local and county that it's very irregular and maybe even inappropriate for the governing body to include the mayor to get involved with tax appraisals. Is that a pretty fair statement?
Well, when we say tax assessment, it's appraisal of property for tax purposes, assessed valuation. Assessed valuations are completed by the tax assessor under the law. Certainly, the tax assessor should operate in a manner in which they're not interfered with in the performance of their duty. The assessment of property is done in accordance with the manual uniform assessment and the training of the certified tax assessor. And so I can imagine that there are going to be occasions where people are going to render an opinion as to whether they think an assessment is fair or not. But the assessor essentially makes that determination, and anyone who disagrees, who has standing to make an appeal, can make an appeal before the county tax court or the state tax court, depending upon the value of the property.
Thank you.
Josh, if I may,
Sure, Danny, go ahead.
when this came up at the last meeting, we received a single page of what they, a refund for overpaid taxes. It was a single page. And we work very hard up here to get as much information as we can before we make a decision. And Mr. Harper made a request, and he got a bunch of crap from the tax assessor, and I think you had a phone call getting yelled at too, right? So from the one piece of paper, this is all, everything that we got, all the information that we needed. So if they want something, they should give us enough information that we can make the proper decision for this town and not get a bunch of crap for asking questions. That's all I have. Thank you.
And like I said, I believe everything was pertinent information, and it was nothing out of line. I wasn't disputing anything. Just wanted to make sure all the i's were dotted, the t's were crossed. And again, they work for the township, so it was not an out-of-line request.
Do we have a motion?
Now that I have all the proper documents, yes, I make a motion that we approve this request.
And I'll second it.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes. Okay, next up, 3/29/2025, adopts updated 2025 Personal Policies and Procedures Manual and Employee Handbook. Item is open for discussion.
Yes, I read 3/4 of this, and it needs some tweaking badly, I think. And I know we're under the gun to get this approved for the JIF, but I don't have a problem approving this tonight, but I want to leave the door open so that we can make adjustments on this, because there's things that should be in here that aren't in here.
Okay.
And that's all I have, but it's 3 years too late.
I have to say I'm in agreement with Danny, but if nobody else has any other comments, I'll make a motion to approve it.
Well, before we motion, what I would recommend doing for the council, and of course, I'm just sitting in for Matt today, but maybe let's approve it tonight and then come up with a subcommittee of council,
Yeah, I
two
mean-
council members that would be able to move the thing forward and fix with Chris whatever needs to be fixed, right? Would be the decision I would come up with.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest pretty much the same thing, where we all put our thoughts together and maybe put a couple people on it, yeah.
Okay.
Are your motion still standing there?
Yes, sir.
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes. Next up, 3/33/2025, authorizing purchase of new fencing for A and C Field at the sports complex from Consolidated Steel and Aluminum Fence Company Incorporated in the amount of $168,921.20. Danny?
The question I have with this, and again, with not enough information, if there's an estimate here for the material, I don't see any guarantee of the $168,000, where the money's coming from. Mr. Harper and myself walked the ball field the other day, and it does not need 2 complete new fences around 2 of the fields. We saw a couple posts that were bent that could be repaired. I don't know, we didn't measure exactly. I think this is like over $5,000 worth of cyclone fencing to replace everything. Again, I'm looking at money. According to the people I talked to with the baseball, they had an approval 5 years ago for new batting cages, and it was approved by the township. They have the resolution, and it was approved, and it was never done. So this $168,000 doesn't even include the batting cages. Being a businessman, Mr. Harper, myself walked that. There's no way in heck that it needs to all be replaced. They can replace sections of it. They could do it, I don't know, you're talking maybe 100, 200 feet. And when it's all done, I'd like to get with the baseball guys, and if they would sell sponsorship and you line the fields up with signs, you wouldn't even be able to tell. It's just, the fields need a lot of work. I asked them, you know, it's hard to get answers. The people that were there, I said, when was the last time these fields were limed and seeded? Well, we never did it. And it's township people I'm talking to. You'd be surprised what lime would do to grass. And so I'm waiting on the blueprints for the batting cages. I'm waiting for the resolution from 5 years ago. I'm going to take somebody out there and look and see what we can get this fence done for around there and the batting cages. And we're going to go from there. So you had a question for me? No, okay, but 168,000 is a lot of money, and I want to make sure where the money's coming from and it's guaranteed, because in the past, the township does things, the contractor gets paid, the material gets paid, and we don't get paid. So I want to make sure everything is right before we pull the trigger on this. I don't know if anybody else has anything to say.
Yeah, the only thing, I mean, we're not trying to stop things from being improved and all, you know. As Danny said, he's trying to get together with the people that run the rec league and try to find out exactly what they feel their priorities are, so that the money that we do have to spend is spent in the best way possible for all the kids. If they say they need batting cages instead of the fencing, then obviously we'd like to help them get the batting cages instead of the fencing. And, you know, this was put out at state bid. This is one of those times I don't think state bid is the best. I think I know just looking online, there's at least a dozen fence contractors in the 10-mile radius of here that would probably be chomping at the bit to bid on it and do a better job. Well, not a better job, but as good a job for maybe a cheaper price. So that's after Danny gets a meeting set up with the rec people and we find out exactly what their needs are, and possibly, you know, put it out for local bid and see if we can get a better price once we really know what they need. You know, I guess if nobody has anything else to say.
I do, if
Go
I
ahead,
could,
Bert.
sir.
Go ahead.
During our break, I did have the pleasure of speaking with a couple of gentlemen who are in the Baseball Association now. And when we sit here and we talk about wanting to make financial moves for our kids, 100% support it. Coached over there for years. I would support that 100%. These guys, I think, have ideas to get us, if we're talking about 30-year guarantee on this fence. Some of the ideas that they have, a couple modifications could be made on the heights of some fences. Right now, we don't qualify to have things like district sports, district playoffs at our fields because of some of the things with the fence. These guys want to go beyond that. We start doing things like maybe pulling district baseball into Pemberton Township. Then maybe some of the moves and the investments that we're going to make here are better for the township overall and the exposure of our kids, as well as just replacing a piece of fence because it's rusty or has a sharp piece or something like that. And I think if these guys in the Baseball Association want to get together with rec and really sit down and think this thing out for the future, I think we give them the opportunity to do it and don't just pull the trigger on the first thing that comes at us.
Yeah, we're here for the kids, but we just want to spend the money right.
Jack,
For the right cause, you know.
Jack, what does that do for the SFY grant that's potentially being allocated, the 74,000 of this? I mean, where do we expire on that? Do we know?
I don't know.
Nice to know. All right,
Josh, I think, in all fairness, we ought to table this to the next meeting. That gives us 2 weeks to get together with the guys
okay.
and come up with an answer and take it from there. But we're definitely not a no. We want to do it, but we want to do it the right way. That's all I can tell you.
Mr. Council President, I just wanted to make sure that this was, would be under a state contract? Okay. And it wasn't, we didn't solicit bids for it? is that
Suppose,
correct?
I
Okay.
think they did. and
I
they
just
only
wanted to
got
make
one.
sure, because otherwise, obviously, you'd have a time period with when
Yeah.
to reject bids.
They must have received some, because they got 2 quotes here, Chris. One from Consolidated Steel and Aluminum Fence, the other from EV Fence, under state contract.
The low bid was state contract, though.
Both of them were,
Well, but what I'm saying is that the vendor is under state contract. We didn't have to go out to bid if it was going to be purchased off a state contract. So we won't run afoul of an issue of simply rejecting bids under normal circumstance. I just want to make sure of that.
Yeah,
So it's
'cause
just being
I think,
taken. Okay.
Chris, I think it's over 6,000 linear feet of fence. And if, we walked it, Harry and I, the other day.
No, I understand. I just understand my point.
Yeah.
If you went and you solicited bids from, contractors, they submitted a bid, we'd have to reject bids within a certain period of
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, it was a give
They
me
can't
job, I
hold the
think.
bid open. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's that much, Danny, but looking at these numbers here real quick, it's not that far off. I think you're looking around 4,
For what?
4,000 linear feet. Just throwing numbers here together
I was
quick.
just looking at it.
Yeah.
I thought it was like, if you look at the one page, it's got all the linear feet in the
Yep,
column.
that's what I'm looking at.
And I didn't calculate it, but,
Yeah, it's ballparkish.
yeah,
between 4 and 5.
1,200, 1,600, 1,000, then you got, it's,
But my question is, 2 weeks, this might be quite a bit of information for these guys to work on. 2 weeks enough, or should we push it to the January meeting?
January might be better. I mean, I reached out to the people that were involved prior, and then I spoke with Scott, and we had a conversation. We met with Public Works out there. I mean, the place needs a lot of work. And I'm pretty sure that we can come in well under 168,000 and put a dent in the place for the kids.
Just, and again, my opinion is just to be on the safe side, because I don't know how busy Public Works is going to be now, coming around with the end of the year stuff here. I'm being told 2 weeks might be enough, but I'm still thinking 4 might be a little bit better so they can get a better package together.
I'm
Well-
not sure that we can carry over a resolution until the next year. I know we can do
Okay.
ordinances. Mr. Connors can answer that. I
Yeah.
think
Okay,
if
well
you
then-
think you
But
need
Carrie,
longer
2
than the
weeks
2
it is.
weeks, I suggest you table it or kill it for tonight, and then it can be brought back under a new resolution in the new year.
Okay. And there's no time constraint on these bids or anything, right, as far as the year goes?
State contract, but you may be in a position to solicit bids.
Okay.
I mean, if we table it till the next meeting for now, and we find we still
It's
don't
not
have
all
all
the time,
the
then we gotta kill it.
information, we can kill it. Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm good with that.
And Perry, I'd like to get this behind us, and I'd like to have the place done for opening games.
Oh, no, I'm in complete agreement with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to get on it. Hopefully, we don't have the frozen ground issue, so
Because we're going to get a team to Williamsport.
I hear you.
Right.
Okay. What's the date on that meeting, Amy?
17th, December 17th.
I will make a motion to table Resolution 333, 2025 until the December 17th meeting.
I will second.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes. Next up, 336, 2025, approving the 5th amendment to the purchase and sale agreement with 100 Pemberton Browns Mills Road LLC, as successor to New Horizon Properties LLC for Block 775, lots 18 and 19.
Well, I can. Like I said earlier, this whole thing is a mess from the get-go. And 95% of it was screwed up before we even got here. And I was here the night for the presentation, you know, you're gonna get a brand-new shopping or grocery store, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that. And now the promise is maybe 36 months after we get the facility done, we'll come up with a grocery store. Well, I don't work that way. You promised the shopping center, build that first. Because that's what you promised the town. The town was all excited about the new grocery store. You know, I mean, I look at things a lot different than other people do. I'm in business, I'm a businessman, very successful in the car business, and I know how people operate, and if you tell me something, you better do it. And if they have a problem, they can come in on the 17th meeting, and we can talk about it. But I'm not destroying this town for somebody to make a lot of money. I want it, if you told me a grocery store, I want a grocery store. If you think in Browns Mills from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock, you can't hardly get through town now. Right? When the county blacktopped the road, they did away with the right turn across from the CVS. And then if there's an accident, there's times I can't even get in or out of my driveway. And I'm a mile and a half away. That's how far the traffic, on an average day, the traffic could be backed right up to the gas station, the Gulf station or whatever it is. You know, you got wagon train roads going through this town, and now we need a grocery store, and you're gonna bring in a Tractor Supply, you ain't getting through town. You know? And then another thing is, somebody made a promise for the landscaping and fix the road. We don't even own the road. It ain't gonna happen. It's a verbal. I want it in writing. Who told you? They can tell you anything. You know, we're here to do right by the taxpayers. And I don't care what promises people made 8 years ago. I want facts, and I want a grocery store.
Council President, may I?
Oh, sorry, Jack. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not used
Forgot
to
where
being
you
here,
were.
sorry.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at this. We have an opportunity, once again, to get a Wawa in the town. And this time, the location of the pumps aren't an issue. The Wawa looks like it's pretty much a go for right now. We also have an opportunity to get a Taco Bell in town. And I don't know where we are on the Tractor Supply or a grocery store. Last I heard, we were very close. They may have signatures, I don't know. I do know that we bought that property for right around $3.2 million. Did we pay for it yet? Well, yeah, we had to have paid for it. And we're paying interest on that. We're paying interest on it every month. So, that was bonded out, we're paying interest on it. If we sell it, we can put the money on that bond, and we're not paying as much interest anymore, if any. The other thing I'm looking at, Harry, you're probably very familiar with this. We have a volunteer fire department that busts their butts every day. But people don't volunteer or get involved anymore. We're looking at going, and I've sit in this council room, I don't know how many times, and heard this said before, and I kind of cringe and think privately, I hope not, but we're going to have to go to a paid fire department in this town. We're going to have to pay firefighters, period. What was the number, Harry? $2 or $3 million to just get it started per year?
I think 1.2 was a number thrown out there the other week.
Yeah, that's just for part-time, I think.
No, that was bringing in a full-time department if we could work it in the budget. Yeah.
But even at $1.2 million, we're looking at $1.2 million that we're going to have to raise the taxes. We're not bringing anything new in to give us relief on that. Nothing new. I mean, the two warehouses that we had up on 206, they're kind of stalled because of possible sewer problems. We were looking at a couple $1 million in tax revenue possibly there. The Greenberg Farm, we hear it all the time. We were looking at maybe $2 million in tax revenue there, and that possibly may be stalling as well because of the water issue. Now we're looking at the Wawa project, and while it may not have given us a couple $1 million of tax revenue, it sure would have gave us a shot in the arm, and it would have given us jobs. Some of the kids that are in this town that are looking for jobs, they could have got after-school jobs, pumping gas, stocking shelves, doing the crave deals at Taco Bell, but that's not going to happen by the looks of it now. We do need some change in this town. We cannot put this town back in the 70s and 80s. We need to do some change, or we're going to have some serious heartache later on. And that's all I can say about it. I mean, we have to look at this. We can't just keep kicking that can down the street and hope that some miracle is going to happen. I'm going to tell you, it's not.
Council President, may I?
Sure, Terry, go ahead.
Can I jump in?
Age before beauty, yes, sir.
Okay, so how many businesses did we lose in downtown Browns Mills for the big dream? They bought the properties, they tore them down. It was about 10 or 12 businesses that we ran out of town because we had this dream, and nothing's happened. That's why you got an empty hole downtown Browns Mills. You know, if you're gonna make a deal, you got to make the right deal. It's just like, I'm going to sound like a broken record. The township had to own the Yellow Bank downtown, okay? It's not our administration, it was the other one. They paid $250,000 for the building. We paid interest on it for, I think, about 10 years, and then we sold the property for $240,000. Now, well, the paper said $240,000, but I'll give you the $250,000. But if you paid interest for 10 years on the money that you borrowed to buy it, and then people broke into it, like I told our fabulous ex-BA, I said, when you bought the property, why didn't you hook it up to our alarm system? It was a bank, I'm sure it had an alarm system. You know? And I think it was the same night I told him to get the hell out of the real estate business because he doesn't know what he's doing. And you could bring somebody else in and look at this Browns Mill shopping center. You know, if you paid 3.2 and you sold it for 2.7, that's still not good arithmetic. Why didn't you sell it to them for what you paid for it? Or sold it to them for what you got in it? It's just a bad deal, so it's got to be done right. They'll say, oh, well, you know, let us get building, and within 36 months, we'll build your grocery store. I'm a betting man, I'll take that bet. You'll never see a grocery store. Thank you.
Okay. May I, sir? You all done, Dan? Yes, I'm done. Okay. It's funny, I got a real big deja vu when I was here at administration speech about the paid fire department, because that's the exact same story that I got when it came time for Rockefeller or Mitsubishi, whatever you want to call them, to be built out there. That we were going to have that revenue to pay for a fire department. Let me tell you something. I'm not against a paid fire department. I understand the money's got to come from somewhere. But if I'm going to have to pay for something and you have to justify my taxes going up, I'm happy to contribute a couple extra dollars per 1,000 or whatever it's going to be to protect my fellow residents. I have no problem with that. But I am not going to sell us short on a promise we were made. We want to make Pemberton a better town, then stop taking second-rate deals. If you offer me $100 and you come to pay up, or you owe me $100, don't show up with 50 and just say, okay, we're good, take it. It doesn't work that way. You made a promise to the people. We're going to hold you to it. I'm not mad at Horizons. I don't dislike them. I don't know them. But all I know is what they came here and they wanted to offer us, or what they did offer us, and what they promised you. If you're going to fall short on it, it is what it is. You guys put me here to do your best interests, and that's what I'm looking out for. You want a grocery store, you're going to get it.
If I may, Council President.
Go right ahead, Harry.
Thank you. You know, staying on track, I mean, you're saying what we're losing, but with this Fifth Amendment, where if we agree to repair and pave all the roads that don't belong to us, that are the county, is gonna cost us between $600,000 and $800,000. So where's the savings there? You know, and again, they did come in here and promise outright a grocery store. You know, I got no problem, you know, with doing certain things. You know, we lose a few dollars on the sale of the property, unfortunately, but to throw another $600,000 or $800,000 in to pave the roads that we don't own and we don't control, that's you know, I think the county would tell us that, you know, we're overstepping when we say we're going to repave their roads and put curbs in on their roads and stuff. And we had 2 or 3 subcommittee meetings earlier this year. I'm sorry Mr. Bianchini's not here, and Rosemary Flannery, because they sat in on those meetings. The late Jerry Dassey sat in on these meetings, and we told them repeatedly, we will not do the road construction. It's not in our purview. Yeah, and they continue to throw this back at us. You know, so we have to either stand up for the residents. Yes, everybody wants some new stores and new businesses, but not if it's going to cost the taxpayers more money up front. Yeah, and that's just the thing. And that's all I have to say.
I got one more thing. During the summer, you and I did a tour of the entire township, and how many empty stores was it? 27?
It was in the mid-20s, yeah.
Yeah. Empty stores, okay? And you know why they're empty? Because you can't build a building, you want to be around $18, $20 a square foot. And I'll guarantee you, they were going to build the stores at this new Acme, and the rent would have been probably starting at 40. So now you'd have 35 empty stores. You know, and Midtown was half, you know, that was what, half empty?
Yeah, it's coming back.
Yeah, it's coming back. It's new owners, the new Acme, revolving doors over there, you know. It's, people got to use their head when they're doing stuff, you know. I almost said a bad word. But like I said, if the right deal comes, I'll be with it 100%, but I want to see it in writing. And I'm not paying for road construction and landscaping for these taxpayers to lose money. That's, for the third time, that's all I got.
Sure, you all good? All right. No, you're good. I agree with everything everybody's saying. I just want everybody to hear my point of view and when it comes to this resolution. And Jack, you make great points, right? Like, I don't foresee, that's just me, I don't have a crystal ball, but I don't foresee a full-time paid fire department in this township. I just don't. But we'll see what happens when we get there. But let's talk about tax ratables and revenues. You know, the warehouse was guaranteed, and I don't have exact figures, so if Doug's listening, like, don't quote me in the newspaper on this, but the tax ratables on the warehouse was supposed to be what, like $5 million a year? Anybody remember that number, something like that?
Well, square footage.
Right, yeah, right. And we got close, a little bit under $500,000. The marijuana, somebody brought up the cannabis store earlier tonight. Yeah, that didn't come to fruition. So, you know, when you talk about chasing ratables, and everybody from an economic standpoint across the globe will tell you the same thing. It's fictitious. It's not true. You can't fix problems by trying to tax your way out of a situation. You know, when you talk about Thomas Sowell, right, and Milton Friedman, if you look at those guys and what they believed, I mean, Christ almighty, Milton Friedman was on Ronald Reagan's financial board, right? If he's a stupid man when he says that, then somebody tell me he's a stupid man. But I think he was pretty smart and genius. I watch him a lot, right? But I agree with everything ex-Councilman Gardner that was here. You know, what are we going to do for taxes? We didn't raise taxes this year. You know, I can't say for certain 100% that we're not going to be able to raise taxes in 2026. It sounds like the school board's going to. That's a different situation. But you're not going to tax your way out of a problem. If there's a problem, and America said something about 1979, the town was beautiful. And everybody keeps saying, and I'm not blaming anybody, but everybody knows what happened around here. 2001, 9/11 hit. They closed the base down because somebody tried to deliver some bombs in pizza boxes, and it destroyed the economy in Pemberton Township, Wrightstown Borough, and everybody else around here. We can't get across the base. The James Way closed down, and Acme closed down. That was over Wrightstown. And what is Wrightstown Borough doing right now to help out their situation? Exactly what I'm saying, which is build single-family homes, and they're doing it right on Sailors Pond Road. They started last year, and they're increasing their tax rateable base, utilizing single-family homes that people don't have to drive all the way over to Mount Laurel to get to. There's going to be 680 of them. Okay, so when Danny sits there and talks about smart development, and Harry talks about smart development, and Perry talks about smart development, that's what we're talking about here. You know, I would have been happy, and I said this from day one, I would have been happy. What happened to the quick check? What happened to the whole deal? They were part of the first initial deal. You know, some very smart, intelligent people decided, hey, we don't want a Wawa, because what's going to happen to the Wawa at the Pig and Whistle? It's going to close down, because they're going to go into the new gas station Wawa. So now who's going to take that building? So now what kind of hirees are we hiring for the new Wawa gas station down the street? I guarantee you they're going to take the same employees they have now and then add a couple more, right? So there's no management jobs. There's maybe a couple, maybe 10, 15 more jobs than in a regular Wawa store. So yeah, it's a bad deal all around. And that, whoever was the gentleman that was here at the beginning of the meeting, okay, was, you know, what he said was, for some odd reason, council got blamed for pushing this down the road, pushing this down. Are you crazy? We approved every single amendment. That's why we're on the 5th. It wasn't pushed down the road by anybody up here. And that was a mixed council beforehand. So, you know, if anything, it was held up by the planning board. And there were some really legitimate complaints and concerns from the, you know, opened up by the planning board. And then those people that raised those concerns were kicked off the planning board, because they questioned some things. Well, that ain't right. So, you know, I think the blame is trying to be pointed to one way or the other. It's not. The blame is on the township in general for going away from the initial plan to begin with, which would have been approved by now, would have definitely been approved, and going with a different vendor. Now, who did that? Was it Horizon? Was it the administration? Not too sure. I wasn't part of those meetings, so I can't sit there and speculate. But something happened. It wasn't from council. Council didn't say, oh, we don't want a quick check.
When did that change? I always remember Wawa.
Nope. That's right. Somebody knows besides me, so it's not false. And I can tell you why it was a quick check. It was a quick check because it all came down to the way the gas pumps were supposed to be faced. And Quick Check was willing to address that and fix it. That's the backstory here, right? So it pays to know history. And Wawa was not. So
One of the gas pumps in the back, right, where every single car that went into the gas station to fuel up had to drive past the pedestrians. That is backwards.
Correct. So now, you know, let's talk about the logistics. You know, Danny brings up the roads and everything else. What I see is who's getting gas at that Wawa. If you got to come around the corner there, the only people that are going to stop and get gas there are people that are going to the base. And what's that point? That's Pointville Road, right? Yeah. So there's not even the only open access to the base there is to the prison and to the school system in the morning, but that's only for school buses to get into the school, right? So we're not even on a major traveled road there. And then we talk about growing business. Well, what does that look like for the other gas stations, the 4 of them down the road from there? Are we closing them up? Because Wawa, everybody knows Wawa's going to come in and offer gas at $1 cheaper than everybody else. So then you got a blighted old gas station on the triangle there. He's probably going to shut down, the Shell station. And then everybody else down on Lakehurst Road will probably shut down. Because the commute, 19% of our community is over-the-road trucking, believe it or not. That's 19% of our community base. That's the business they're in. So, they're going to make the left and just go right down Pemberton Browns Mills Road. That's right. So there's a lot of logistical problems here that people need to open up their eyes and take a look at. It's not just financial, it's logistical. You can't, action and reaction, right? I talk about it all the time with everybody that I talk to. Be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it, and then what happens after that? It's not like, oh man, we're doing all this great stuff, and we are. We're trying to get business in town, trying to hire people, and we're trying to, that's great. You know what I mean? But to what cost? As opposed to what? That's what I look at. And I look at it from a business perspective, right? What could go wrong? Risk analysis. Now, we're putting 20, 30 people out of business just to hire 15 at a new gas station. That, like Danny said, that's bad arithmetic. So there's a couple things that need to be looked at. Now, if the grocery store was going in, okay, and we're not even talking about a giant grocery store like a ShopRite or anything. We're looking for, a discount grocery store. And yes, granted, the grocery store that was supposed to go in there went to Medford. It's right next to my restaurant. Somebody want to come by and take a look at it? It's beautiful. Beautiful place. It took them the exact same time that it took for this Fifth Amendment to hit our desk. So.
You ever wonder how that happened?
No, let's not go there.
Okay.
Everybody knows it's,
I don't know.
Go ahead, Dan.
All right, let's go.
I guess the next question is, do we table this and see if they'll get back to us to address these issues, or do we just outright vote it down and see what they'll do?
I think we need to bring some people to the table and figure it out. And it's not going to happen before, that's the problem, right? It's not going to happen before Christmas, unless somebody, Horizon's listening right now, and they want to meet with some council members and go, hey, look, this is what, and CD, and go, hey, look, this is what we need to do. So now you're looking at the year after. So you can basically not motion it, and it dies, and then you can just reintroduce it next year, and then somebody needs to get some meetings together with these folks, or you table it till next meeting, which hopefully they get back to us. I don't know. Whatever you guys want to do, I'm cool with.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Like I said earlier, I was in two or three subcommittee meetings. We outright told them about the road project, and yet here we are, they want to have us pay for the road project. So,
Can I suggest
Yes,
that you
please.
table it, because in the end, you're going to get to the same place. Whether you table it, whether you vote it down. If you table it, if necessary, we revisit it with a new resolution. But for now, I would just simply table it. That would be my suggestion.
All right, and with that, I'll make a motion to table this until we hear further.
I'll second.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes. All right, so we're on to new business finally.
I think we didn't do the minutes, did we?
Yeah, we did the minutes.
Oh, okay.
I think I have to introduce a new business item here. Would be listed as item G for the, I don't know where it's at, holiday, employee holiday luncheon. I don't know what I did with mine, sorry, oh, wait a minute, there you go.
Did we get invited, Josh?
I don't know yet, the invitations didn't go out, Danny.
Okay.
All
I'm
right.
just wondering, they want us to pay for it.
So it would be, we're going to add on item G, holiday employee luncheon for the municipality. Everybody has a copy of that, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, cool.
Make a motion, we pay it.
Well, it's G, so you want to, we're adding it
All
on.
right. Make a motion to add it to the agenda.
Okay.
Second,
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes.
Make a motion to pay it. You got it. Okay. do them all. I didn't even know what, if it was an add-on, why,
I don't have a date there, I'm sorry. I'll try to find out. All right, so, all right, so first off, new business, under new business, purchases over $3,000. A, Public Works, ThioGuard magnesium oxide injection system, including tank pump and controls for sewer pump station number 5 from Park Pumps, and controls incorporate in the total amount of $14,550.
Council President, can I elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure.
If I remember right, I believe this is an injection system that we're gonna try to use because of some of the smells that we're encountering over by Mr. Dewey's house and down here on 4 Mile, down by the post office. We're hoping injecting this at the end of the system back towards the sewer system will get rid of some of the smells or most of the smells. So that's what the end goal here is.
What did we do before? How long has it
I
been-
can give you a little
How long has it been
history.
smelling?
When I bought the property in '87 and I built my new house, you'd get a little bit. Ever since they rebuilt that pump station, it's worse. And they were there for 3 months working on the pump station, and then it failed within 2 weeks after they spent all the money, and they redid it again. And now, thank God for central air, because we can't even have our windows open. And it's disgusting, and I brought it up, and nothing gets done, and here's, another 14,000, and there's no guarantee it's gonna work.
Well, I mean, from the information I read, it's getting put at the station up by Note Boom Avenue, supposed to treat, as the mayor said, all the way down. And it should offset some of the cost of the lime they're putting in at the plant. So, well, hopefully that works and offsets the cost and, it takes care of the problems. Gotta try until we get it right, I guess.
I'm not too familiar, I mean, I know how sewer systems work, but
Yeah.
Mike, there's no way to raise a stack up to a certain height and, like on a house, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you go by there,
Cloud seeding.
I believe you'll see about an 8 or 10-foot high pipe with an elbow on it that,
Right.
But it mainly is a problem during storm, is what I understand, because it can't handle the volume and all.
Gotcha.
So,
Like I said, it was never that bad until like 5 years ago when they rebuilt that pump station. And, and then it blew up after they did it and they redid it. And that's when you can't even go outside in the summertime. And I got it, and I have nothing to hide. I got a registered complaint with the County Board of Health over it. Because it's not fair for me when I can't use my 25 acres because it stinks.
and with that, I'll make a motion to approve new business A1.
Second.
Thought it was cheap.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yeah. Letter B, Public Works, 2026 Lake Management Program from Princeton Hydro LLC in the total amount of $54,998. Wow. Is this the same Princeton Hydro that we paid for that test?
For the evaluation, I think.
Yeah, did we get that back?
Yeah, they did the testing and evaluation. That report came back,
Did that come back? Were they going to share it with council?
I think before I was even on council, it came
nice.
back. But Yeah, like I said, this is an experiment they want to try instead of the raising and lowering of the lakes.
Is that allowed?
Yes, it's, from the material I've read and stuff, it's all approved by the state DEP.
Raising and lowering them every year is not recommended.
Well, because they're not lakes.
Yeah.
They're decommissioned cranberry bogs. It's
Yeah.
the same thing they have in Medford Lakes.
Yeah, but the chemical treatment is, approved by the DEP according to all the paperwork I've read.
If they were lowered properly.
So what was the outcome of the study that they did? Because it was a water quality situation that they studied. What was the outcome?
If I remember right, one of the first things they said was they recommended not lowering the lakes and raising them annually. We were doing more harm than good to the lakes. And then I think they determined where they needed to spread the chemicals or put these chemicals in. The end goal here is, and Josh, you probably heard me say this 3 years ago, the end goal is,
Swimmable lakes.
well, not swimmable, but I mean, promote our lakes so that we have people out there on boats fishing them, enjoying our lakes, and bringing people in to enjoy the natural resources in the town. And this is one tool that I think may be a little bit better to promote these lakes when you're able to pull out a trophy bass versus something that looks like a crappie, for crying out loud.
Well, you're not going to be able to do that, but that's okay. Yes, hopefully, everybody's hoping for that trophy bass. I get what you're saying. That's,
And because of the timing, it's too late to apply to the DEP to go back to the, for this year, the lowering of the lakes. So, no, I wouldn't kid you about something like that. The period was over in November to apply. Yeah, and, yeah, I mean, this was budgeted, so, yeah, I mean, I don't know. We try it for 1 year, see what happens. Yeah.
well, I'll tell you,
Well, it was, we'll go into detail here, and we'll reach back a little. Because of the lateness of us approving the budget with this on there last year, or this year, it was too late to treat it for this year. Yeah, and they had, because they have to start treating it in April, I believe.
April.
And so that's why they anticipate using this year's money for '26 to try it out.
You know what was always good for the lake? Was the water carnival, because that day you had all the speedboats out there. And I mean, they weren't racing, but that's what chewed up the weeds. And then a couple of weeks later, they'd be heading to the dam, right? Thank you.
all right, so all in all, in total, what does this test get us? Like, does it give us any kind of like guarantee?
This isn't testing, this is
Treatment, does it give us a guarantee?
No.
No guarantee.
I mean, this is an established company, Josh. It's done this
I'm not
many,
trying to be
many times.
facetious. I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm sorry. I'm not being rude, Jack. I'm just asking what is it going to work?
I'm
not on the fence with it. I'm just
guess
asking
yes, it
questions.
is.
Okay, all right, okay. All right,
I
it's
mean,
gonna
we
work.
wouldn't put it on here if we
gonna
thought
work.
it wasn't gonna.
All right, okay.
So why don't we table it to March instead of spending $54,000, and when March comes, we approve it, and then they can do it in April. Let us draw some interest on our money.
It's your guys, whatever you.
No, I don't,
Well, I don't know if there's a timeframe on
Is this, it says 2026, so is this something we got to be in by January 1 to be eligible for it?
I don't know if
Yeah.
there's a pricing,
Yeah, the quote might only be good until the end of the year, and then
I mean, if you have more questions that you'd like somebody to answer, Danny, maybe we can table it till next meeting.
we can try.
All you gotta do is
Just don't call the tax assessor.
make a motion. If you want to table it, make a motion.
I make a motion, we table it till the next meeting. Yep.
Second that motion, and hopefully we'll have all our questions answered. Please get them into Tom McNaughton or the mayor.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes. All right, new business C, Public Works, again, 2025 DPW uniforms for totally T-shirts in the total amount of $18,282.10. Questions, comments?
Our guys and girls do a great job, and we are contractually bound to provide them with the clothing necessary. Inclement weather included, you know. When that water pipe breaks and our boys need to be in the ground, they need to be properly clothed, just for an example.
Make the motion to pay it.
Second.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes. New business D, police dog crate and divider from huntemup.com in a total amount of $3,210.
I got just one quick question. Jack, is this because of the deer incident we had with the one vehicle, or this?
No, this is actually animal control.
Oh, this is for animal control, okay. I saw police there, but they do work under police, I understand. Okay, yep. Well, if nobody has any questions, make a motion to approve that.
Second.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes. New business E, police uniforms and equipment for new recruits, totaling of 5 from Action Uniform Company in a total amount of $5,800.
Well, being we swore them in tonight, we
I was just
certainly need
gonna
to
say, yep.
give them uniforms and stuff. I make a motion, we approve new business E.
Second.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes. New business F, recreation, Rec Desk yearly software renewal from Rec Desk in a total amount of $4,095.
Jack, any idea how much that increased from last year, or, I didn't see anything on that.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Don't
no problem. I didn't know if you knew. I mean, it's something they need to work with for rentals and stuff like that. I make a motion to approve a new business F.
Second.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes. New business, item G, holiday employee luncheon, funds provided by JIF through the Safety Incentive Program in the total amount not to exceed, right, $3,200.
Make a motion, we table it to the next meeting. Just kidding.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Absolutely, yes. All right. Item 12, approval by council required for payment of vouchers on bill list dated 11/26/2025. Questions or concerns from council?
Let's go to page 14 and page 16. Page 14, the apparent oil spill or whatever we have at the township for $7,800.
I believe that's the spill that was back by the pumps that we're required by DEP to monitor for a certain amount of time.
Okay.
I think I just signed that for ERI not long ago. They're the company that's
Okay,
responsible for
well,
monitoring it.
I mean, for 3 years, keep seeing this bill.
I think it's on there for quite a while.
Well, I'd like to find out.
Anybody know when it started? Because usually
It's like 2020, it's 6/2020.
All right, well, not that I'm an expert, but usually it's a minimum of 10 years.
Well, it looks like it exceeded 10 years.
No, 2020, it's only,
Well,
years, in the year 6, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was 2002.
No.
That's my fault. But I'd still like, is there test wells out there with locks on them where they're testing the water?
I believe there are.
Okay, well, we got to find out, but I would really like to,
There's one for sure on the backside of the tanks, I believe. I think I saw it.
and then this is just short, when I see that we're paying, I think we talked about it earlier, $32,000 plus fuel for Pemberton Borough. 16.
$16,000?
Yeah, well, that's half.
Yeah.
All right, so we're paying them $32,000 plus the fuel. And my question was, how much are they paying us when we go help them? I mean, we could put the whole town in our pocket, you know what I mean? They're getting $32,000.
Is this for the fire vehicles?
It's our
Mutual,
payment to the borough for fire support.
That's contractual.
I understand, but we're paying them, but when we help them, we don't get nothing.
I don't know how often we help them, Dan. Couldn't tell you.
According to their, latest thing, they come to 79% of our fire calls, so I'm
They might get called 79%, but how many recalls do they get? This goes back to spending, you know what I mean? And I'll need it, but, I'll get the answers.
Well, I mean, I haven't been in town as long as you, but I know this has been an ongoing agreement. This is the end of year 5 of the contract
Yeah.
we do have. Did we settle yet with the new one yet, Jack?
The last correspondence was me sending them an email saying fire trucks weren't implied or expressed in
And they
our
never got
offer,
back since then?
and I
Okay.
haven't heard
Nothing
anything
verbal
back.
either, right?
Nothing.
We don't like verbal.
Oh, yeah. I can't understand why we're giving them that much money for what they do, and we get nothing.
Well, they just put a fire out behind my
I was
house.
just gonna say, didn't they
But
help you
showed
out?
up with no water.
Well, it wasn't, yeah, they showed up with no water, that's right. It did. It did. That's another story. It was hilarious.
So you want more information on the ERI thing?
Yep.
Can we pay it? Can you get more information, or?
Why?
I'm asking.
I don't want to jam them up for money because they do us a nice job, The fire thing, how I feel about that whole mess anyway.
Jack, is it possible somebody can get us a little more information on how long that has to be monitored for?
I have a note here for the ERI.
Okay.
There's an acronym for what it is, but I wrote down spill in the back, so
Yeah,
I'll follow
okay.
up.
If nobody else has any questions, I'll make a motion to pay the bill list.
I'll second. I'll be looking again next meeting.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes. All righty, yay, everybody. All right, so now we're down to the solicitor's report. Mr. Solicitor, wow, you have nothing.
Who wants to leave?
The mayor and business administrator's report.
It was mentioned earlier, the 6th of December Christmas tree lighting. And somebody also mentioned pictures with Santa Claus over at the firehouse. Was it 11 to 2?
Yes.
The Country Lakes Firehouse. I also want to touch back on something we had a lengthy conversation on. If you need me to reach out with the Develop New Horizons for this, let me know what you want me to specifically ask them, and I will reach out to them to get this.
I would defer to the council president, as I'm just sitting in, so.
I'm just asking if you could do that. I'd
Sure.
appreciate it so that I can get this out there.
Sure, you around tomorrow?
I'm around every day.
All right, sounds good.
If they're the only one that can save the deal, they got to come in and talk to us. We're not giving the farm away no more.
He's a little grumpy. You sure? You look happy. You look happy.
Happy. I get frustrated when you gotta deal with stuff.
That's all you got? Okay. Nothing further, we just need a motion to adjourn, and we're done.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for